Hello, 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 everybody, and welcome to the stream. I am Nolex Given, here with some modern Magic the Gathering collected company with Vizier of Remedies. If you have been following along daily, you'll notice that I cut the Anafenza in favor of the Spellskite back in the main deck. I really was missing the Spellskite, and so oftentimes in game ones, it's just like a card that you need, and I wanted to get it back in the deck. So I put the Spellskite in the deck, I put the Voice of Resurgence back in the sideboard, so this is the same list that I was playing about a week ago with the Second Horizon Canopy being replaced by a Razorverge Thicket for budget concerns. But I think Voice of Resurgence might actually be, like, pretty good right now again, too. It's really sweet against, like, some of the grindy decks. You just board out, like, a combo piece for a card that your opponent has to 2-for-1 themselves for. But it's also just really good against decks playing both Counter Magic and Supreme Verdict, which are actually seeming like they are getting a little bit more common. I could see, like, the main thing that you lose from the Devoted Druid Vizier combo, because Devoted Druid takes up so many slots, you want to play 4 of them, and then you want to play these Duskwatch Recruiters and Walking Ballistas, there's really no room for Voice of Resurgence, or Renegade Rallier, in my opinion. But both of those cards you kind of miss, also Wall of Roots, and they're all kind of good anti-aggro cards, too, at the same time. Voice of Resurgence, one of the best cards in Modern, for sure, that is, like, criminally underplayed, but we're going to try to play at least one of them. I don't really know how I could fit in a second one, to be honest, other than maybe cutting, like, this Path to Exile, but I don't love that either, because so many times you just need Path in the, like, Scavenging Ooze matchups or the Mirror matchup, things like that. So this is what I'm going to run with. I'm going to jump in some Modern Leagues here. Going to try to get 2 of them done today with this Coco Remedies deck. Everybody was dancing in the moonlight. Alrighty. I think I have this set up to autoplay. Yes, we do. Cool. Alright, won the die roll. Get to be on the play. Do we see a combo? No. This hand is super borderline, being a pretty expensive hand. Here's how I like to look at these hands sometimes. This is already almost a mulligan, because I'm never going to cast this Chord of Calling. This Chord of Calling is so expensive. Maybe I can cast it if we just hit our lands, but we're on the play. I'm going to mulligan this on the play. This hand might be worse. It could actually be better, because at least we get to activate our Duskwatch Recruiter and find some Kitchen Finks. We're going to keep. Our opponent has mulliganed to 6 against us here. I'm going to put this on the bottom because we can't cast it right now. And we're bound to find something like that off of our Duskwatch Recruiter on turn 3. We also have 2 Path to Exiles that we can cast, so that's kind of reasonable. Don't really want to run Duskwatch Recruiter out there, but at the same time I do want to activate it next turn if possible. Unless I draw a Kitchen Finks. Oh, you know how we actually get punished here? My opponent just goes Island Go. Well, I guess if getting punished is getting a 3-3. Nope. We get Vapor Snag. We're playing against Murfish. Sounds good. Alrighty. So, let's play Recruiter. And maybe we'll path this guy here. If my opponent plays a Kira or something, obviously we want to respond with a Master. Some Marrow Regery. If they swing, I'll trade. Sure. So let's declare blockers here. I'm going to cycle this Horizon Canopy. So I guess we can just do that first. Look for a Devoted Druid. Noble Hierarch. No, let's play Vizier first. Alright, opponent on 4 cards. We both did mulligan to 6, but my opponent's on the draw. And I'm not really able to be aggressive here or utilize my mana. Though my opponent also did Vapor Snag me. So I guess that puts me up on cards, right? My opponent's going to stop playing lands here, though. And I Path to Exile them, which is a 2-for-1. And that's a 2-for-1, obviously, as well. Alright, my opponent's gotten some card advantage at this point. They revealed, I believe, another Marrow Regery. Yes. Mutavault's pretty good utility out of their lands, but I can do another block and path with me drawing 2 Path to Exiles. Alright, going for the card advantage engine. We have to crack this Verdant Catacombs so that we have double white this turn. Can kind of just smash with Vizier for 3. They'll probably trade off, but it's just about as good as anything else. Alright, let's do this. Maybe they trade. I don't know how much I really care. I do probably want to combo my opponent, so it's kind of reasonable for them to just trade off with combo pieces, but at the same time, we can also just, like, win the game if we draw some Kitchen Finks. So I'm willing to give that a shot, too. Curse Catcher protecting their Regery at this point. You can probably see my opponent dump their hand here. Alright, Master for the Island Walk. Regery, untapping a Mutavault. Oh no, they're just going to activate a Mutavault and crash. And activate their other Mutavault. And looks like they are activating the correct one. So there's a lot of damage here. And that's what, like, if I had Vizier back on defense, I'm pretty sure I just have to block this here anyways. That being said, how do I win if I also throw away my Duskwatch Recruiter? I guess I just draw a Collected Company. There's a big monster here. Could also path this right now to at least kill the Curse Catcher. Yeah, if I path this right now, then they have to sacrifice Curse Catcher, which I don't love, but I think I want to activate Duskwatch Recruiter and play a 2-drop next turn anyways. So let's just run this out here. Means my opponent won't get a basic off the Path to Exile. They'll just sacrifice Curse Catcher to counter it. Oh no. Okay, well this works out great for me. So my opponent just decided to let Path to Exile resolve, which now means I get to eat Curse Catcher for free. And I take a hell of a lot less damage this turn. So my opponent did that because they had so many Mutavaults, but I think that works out okay for us. Well, now we just kind of play Devoted Druid, pass the turn, end step, activate Duskwatch Recruiter, hope not to die, try not to die, maybe chump block with a Mutavault, or not a Mutavault, a Noble Hierarch, then activate Duskwatch Recruiter. So are we going to block with Duskwatch? Oh, F6 or F2 through my attack. That was a mistake. All right, so we're going to see the Regery here, and then my opponent can activate 2 Mutavolts. There's 1. Yep. There's 2. Yep. So my opponent can smack us for 9 down to 3. Seems like there is no point in blocking. Let's just activate Duskwatch Recruiter end of turn after dropping down to 3 here. Just trying to think in some crazy universe where I draw a fetch land and need to use it. No, but I've got enough basics in the deck. That shouldn't be an issue. Alright, end of turn. Let's activate Duskwatch. Take the Vizier. And that's GG. So now Devoted Druid can generate infinite mana, we can Duskwatch Recruiter infinite times, and we just have to find a Walking Ballista real quick. We should be okay on time against Murfish, but never know. Opponent's going to make us do it out here. We've got the kill on board, we've got the Duskwatch Recruiter, so nothing else really needs to happen here. Alright, let's start looking. Intentionally didn't reveal Kitchen Finks there. My opponent, we haven't shown any black mana, so our opponent might just think, yeah, the client is dumb, but the game is awesome, so we make do. We make do. Alrighty. Orzhov Pontiff is like reasonable, not great, Abrupt Decay, and Abrupt Decay we definitely want. I kind of like Fulminator Mage, and I like Path to Exile. Don't like Stony Silence enough. Don't like Spellskite or Scavenging Ooze enough. Can probably cut a chord or 2 because the deck isn't... we just need to worry about being fast, kind of. Though 1 chord could help just because Murfish doesn't have that many ways to interact with the comboing aspect of the deck, so this part's good. I don't know, Fulminator Mage and Orzhov Pontiff both are a little slow. One thing that you can do with a Fulminator Mage is you can target your own islands, which comes up every once in a while after your opponent gives you an island with Spreading Seas, while they are ever so kind. Yeah, I don't know. Orzhov Pontiff is also kind of like a crazy one. You need to make sure that they have no lords, which my opponent made some, I won't say bad plays, but I don't think that they realized that their Curse Catcher was going to be able to get eaten if they didn't sacrifice it, which was kind of what I was banking on. It's a little bit of a free roll Path to Exile. But, so like, Orzhov Pontiff can clean up the early game creatures, but once my opponent has a lord in play, then you start needing a Viscera Seer to even make that work. And things get tricky. If your opponent has 2 lords, well, then Orzhov Pontiff isn't going to work at all. But it does do some work. I think I'm going to say no, though. I've played enough times where it hasn't done anything, so I think that's going to be enough. And I don't know what else to board out other than a Court of Calling. I do like Infinite Life against Murfish, and I am going to keep in the infinite damage combo, mostly because my opponent didn't concede. So I guess we either board out a Court of Calling or the Fulminator Mage. You know what, maybe we just board in some removal spells. Just board in some removal for... What did I board out? Spellskite, Reclamation Sage, Scavenging Ooze? Alright, sure. Opponent gets to be on the play for this game, and this hand almost seems good, but it does not have any green mana, so we're going to mulligan. This hand's got the green mana, it's got the white mana. We're going to fetch a turn 1 Temple Garden. We're both keeping 6 as my opponent mulligan to 6 as well. Oh no, I'm sorry. We don't know if they mulligan to 6. Another land. Let's go bottom. Actually, maybe we do. I don't know. Sometimes, like you said, the client is terrible and it's hard to decipher. So Verdant Catacombs, turn 1. We'll grab a Temple Garden, end of turn. Not going to play against Shadow of Doubt. Alright, looks like we're getting smacked for 1, and then we are either... Wow, my opponent's just going to leave open, maybe Dismember or something like that. But interesting hand from my opponent for sure to not be casting anything here. Oh, Devoted Druid resolves. And passes the turn. So my opponent just didn't have anything to do with 2 mana. We played a spell, we played a creature, and my opponent didn't tap out themselves. So they either F6'd and did something bad. Alright, well we get to play Vizier, dump Kitchen Finks. We can't activate Gavany Township this turn. Oh, my opponent can't even attack for 1. Alright, we just get to dump our hand here. But that's still okay. I am going to play Gavany Township here over Overgrown Tomb, because with Infinite Life, I will have some stuff to do with all of this mana. Or, not with Infinite Life. With Infinite Mana, I want something to sink it into, is what I meant to say. What's up, Cat MTG? So yeah, I think I do just want to play the Gavany Township. The reason for that is if I draw another Gavany Township, I'll be able to activate both of them. I could swing for 3, which would lead with me trading Devoted Druid for my opponent's creatures here. Just pass the turn. Devoted Druid would attack as a 1/3, and then I would trade Devoted Druid probably for, like, Silvergill Adept. That's not the best trade. Alright, so my opponent didn't have a 3rd land. Top decked the Silvergill Adept. Alright, we're going to see Phantasmal on Silvergill here. Quinlau, thank you very much for the follow. Hey, hey, how you doing? Wait, my opponent copied Devoted Druid. What if they also plan on copying Vizier here? That would be quite insane. Okay, so now what can we do? We can just attack with Kitchen Finks for free. That seems pretty good. I think before I do anything, I'm going to go ahead and cast another Vizier. Untap this boy. I'll play Temple Garden into play tapped. And what happens? Yeah, let's just attack with Kitchen Finks here. Alright, always yield to my Noble Hierarch Exalted triggers. Alright, opponent is not going to block, so let's make 3 mana here real quick. Cool. Alright, so now we just start doing that every turn. Yeah, I play 1 Thicket and 2 Horizon Canopy in my ideal list. I do actually think a Thicket is good. And I don't consider that a budgetary constriction. I actually think Razorverge Thicket is just a good card in the deck. I can let you guys see my list here as a few people have joined the stream. This is the list that we are playing with. It should be pretty similar to the list down below. When I play this deck in paper, or when I can get my hands on another Horizon Canopy. By the way, if anybody has a Horizon Canopy online and trusts me enough as a streamer, I definitely wouldn't mind borrowing one. But yeah, that's the only change that I make from this list, and it's my only budgetary constriction online. I only play 1 Horizon Canopy and 2 Razorverge Thickets. It definitely comes up, and I definitely would rather have 2 Canopies, but I think 3 Canopy is actually kind of overkill, because Burn is an actual deck in the format, and your life total does actually matter in some of your games. Alright, so a 1-0 start here. Pretty good way to start off my Friday. Merfolk always feels like it's like a great matchup, but then sometimes they just run you over. It's crazy. I've lost to Merfolk before, even though those games didn't look particularly close. The deck doesn't really interact, but sometimes they just get a super aggressive hand and are just able to steamroll you here. Yeah, Horizon Canopy being, what is it, like a $40 card or something? It's pretty awkward. If you've ever played with it, you'll understand just why it's so good. I mean, I used it game one, right? Yeah, game one I had my Horizon Canopy, and I activated it, and I'd have to go back and watch the VOD, but Horizon Canopy might have actually won me the game. Yeah. I mean, if you got it, flaunt it, right? I've got a play set of Horizon Canopies in real life from, 2 years ago or something. So speak of the devil, here's a Horizon Canopy in a pretty flooded hand. We're playing against WotC Coverage Simon G. Hello, Simon G. I don't actually know that much about you, but best of luck. I feel like we can actually keep this hand. It's got a Gavany, it's got a Canopy, so we've got some heavy mana sinks as well as our Walking Ballista. It's pretty borderline. This hand is pretty borderline. But because it already has the Canopy, I think I'm going to keep it. Well, not think. I already did, right? But also hoping that my opponent is playing discard spells in their deck because, like, if I had mulliganed, yeah, this is the exact reason I kept the hand. I was kind of biased in that my opponent had a WotC Coverage name. I kind of put them on potentially having a Jund-style deck. And against Jund, there's no way I want to mulligan and then just get my best card Thoughtseized from me. So I would much rather just keep a hand that is land-flooded. And I think my read wound up working out pretty well there. Looks like definitely an Abzan Death Shadow. Turn 2 Termagoyf as a 4/5, as they put a creature into our graveyard. Though the artifact part didn't matter as much. Let's go Gavany here. I think that's fine enough. And the next turn we'll have Kitchen Finks with double Vizier. Yeah, but I'd rather just make sure I have the lands than keep a hand, like, I'm going to mulligan, and I'm going to mulligan into a hand that's, like, less lands, and then a Collected Company at the very best case scenario, and they're still just going to Thoughtseize me. So it doesn't matter what my spells are, they're going to be able to take them. I would keep 7 lands against Jund, and just hope to top deck the spells, as weird as that seems. Alright, so on my upkeep, they're going to look at the top card of my deck. Here's that Thicket coming in clutch. Just want to be mana efficient here. Yeah, I think they can play silly decks as well. That's a decent point. Yeah, I'm really hoping to get me some WotC Coverage action, though, for sure. No blocks here, as we want to be able to block with Kitchen Finks once we've got a Vizier on the battlefield. Seems arguably a little bit better. Light their cigars with digital Black Lotuses, of course, but yes. So the biggest question that I have now is, like, do we smack them with our Kitchen Finks? I don't think we can. Okay. My main question for the WotC Coverage people is, do they get like infinite tickets as well? Because if they do, then it just seems like a great deal. Seems like there's no reason not to. So we can go end step, look for Devoted Druid here, then untap, and play Vizier, crack Horizon Canopy, hope to draw a card that we can sink our mana into. The problem with that is, of course, my opponent's got 5 cards in hand and is a Jund deck. I kind of feel like I don't want to attack and let them put a Death Shadow on the battlefield. At the same time, a 3/3 Death Shadow might be okay. I'm also now pressured into just keeping my lands now that we've drawn a Horizon Canopy, or now that we've drawn a Court of Calling. What we can do is we can block, and then if my opponent tries to do anything funky here, just gain infinite life. Yeah. Exactly. Fallacy. Or Fallon Cipher. That's your name. So if they tap out for something like Liliana here... Alright, well, Liliana also sucks ass here. Sure, let's discard a Forest. Yeah, so now we'll just Court for Vizier. We'll do it after my opponent figures out what card they need to discard. The other good thing against playing against a WotC coverage person is I'm hoping they'll just concede. Well, Gavany doesn't impact infinite life at all, but we have infinite life regardless of everything. All we have to do is draw or Court of Calling for a Vizier. Okay. Opponent discards an Inquisition. And they're going to Mishra's Bauble us. That sounds fine. They can't attack, and then on their end step, let's crack Verdant Catacombs, get an Overgrown Tomb, pay the life, cast Court of Calling for X = 1, and that might prompt a concession from my opponent here. Yield to the Persist, always gain the 2 life. Alright, looks like they're going to make us do something here. Nope, never mind. Oh yeah, if they down-ticked Lily, all that does is make us gain 2 life, because we sacrifice Kitchen Finks. It persists, it comes back without a -1/-1 counter because of Vizier. So, we were all good. Yeah, they had to uptick Lily there. That was their only play. What do we have here? Love Kitchen Finks. Even though we comboed, I don't actually love the combo against this deck. Now, my opponent doesn't have Lightning Bolt, so that does buy us a little more time here. But in general, we don't really want to try to be comboing against a deck like this. I do like Sin Collector. At the same time, Eternal Witness is still a great card. What we really want to do, though, is just put a Scavenging Ooze out onto the battlefield. That's really the main thing. And we also want to be killing off my opponent's creatures. We don't actually know that they're Death Shadow. We're playing against WotC coverage Simon. And if my opponent is streaming, I just want to say don't tell me any information about what my opponent is playing in the chat. I appreciate that. Or I appreciate you guys not doing that, rather. No, I don't know if he is, but they're either streaming or recording or just testing out something, I suppose. So we can bring in Orzhov Pontiff for the Lingering Souls. Oh, that's what I was getting at. We don't know. So they went down to 13 on turn 2, but we don't actually know that they're a Death Shadow deck. They played Liliana of the Veil, which could see play in either deck, but we don't really know exactly what's up here. At the same time, I want to trim all my combo pieces regardless here. What else do we want? 61. So the question is, like, do we want Orzhov Pontiff for their Lingering Souls? I think we might. I think that they might just have a whole bunch of Lingering Souls over there. Let's cut down to 2 Devoted Druids, I guess. And I guess a Court of Calling, because we're boarding out so many combo pieces. I'd like to keep in 2 Viziers, just so that we don't have to worry about one getting exiled or something crazy like that. Walking Ballista, not sure how good that's going to be, but it's a good card, always, so. Opponent's going to be on the play here for Game 2. We've got a turn 1 Noble Hierarch, turn 2 Vizier of Remedies, plus Path to Exile. Doesn't mean we're going to play Path to Exile on turn 2, but it does mean that we've got double Path to Exile for my opponent's discard spells. Bojukabog, okay. So maybe a Knight of the Reliquary deck here from my opponent? That's kind of interesting. Nobody said they had to be playing good cards just because they have access to every Magic card. So we'll see if we see like a 0-1 Termagoyfi here. Okay, that is the play from my opponent, an 0-1 Termagoyf. Well, I can attack freely with my Noble Hierarch into that. That seems pretty silly. I can also just play Vizier and play my Godless Shrine right now while it's not going to cause me any damage. I'm just going to do that. 2 life points on my side of the board is worth more than 1 life point from my opponent. They look less likely to be a Death Shadow deck now that they're playing Blooming Marsh and Bojukabog. We're a little hurting on green mana, though we do have it. We've got Noble Hierarch plus... Oh no, I'm sorry, we don't have it. We have just Noble Hierarch and Razorverge Thicket, so we actually don't have enough green mana for a Court of Calling. We've got more than enough white mana, though, that's for sure. And are we going to see, like, a Liliana of the Veil? No, I'll take 0. So, yeah, we could block here, then my opponent will Fatal Push my Noble Hierarch. That seems pointless. You almost got me, Simon. You almost got me, but... WotC coverage, Simon G, to be more specific, guys. I feel like it might be the guy that helps to produce the Walking the Plains videos. But I can't say super confidently. If you know a Simon G, it is probably that Simon G. That seems like a decent bet, yeah. Alright, I gotta skip this. Give us some music, baby. Alright, somehow YouTube turned into documentaries on autoplay. Let's just start it off with Dancing in the Moonlight again, see where we go. I love this song. It's 50-50 that you see a goofy deck versus a goify deck when you play against a WotC account, right? Everybody was dancing in the moonlight. Sure. I could path both Goyfs in response. I don't even know if that's right. And maybe it would have been okay, actually. Yeah, it looks like just a classic Abzan so far, especially with this mana-based game 2. Game 1, we thought it might have been Death Shadow, because they went turn 1 down to 15 off of Thoughtseize, turn 2 Shockland Tarmogoyf down to 13. But looks like it's just classic Abzan at this point. Roll delight, dancing in the moonlight. Alright, they do take one of our paths, making both Goyfs into 3/4s. I'm going to path one of the Goyfs here. I guess I could have just went with the paths in response. Yeah, and they're not going to play a creature pre-combat either. Alright. Don't really want to take all the damage. Let's just path this guy right now. We're going to path end of turn regardless so that we can activate Gavany Township and then start hitting my opponent for 4. So might as well just do it now. There's a chance we should have just done it in response to the Inquisition. Opponent grabs another white mana, so maybe something like Gideon is coming out. Right, yeah. Going down to 15 isn't actually anything crazy, but it seems a little bit crazy. Well, now does Grimflare... We also didn't see any man lands, but we didn't see that many lands in general game 1. But typically a junk deck will have some man lands. So we can smack for 4, then 5... Awkwardly, I just can't even cast these chords. Yeah, I guess I should have double pathed in response. Don't really want to let Grimflare hit me and get a trigger, so... I'm going to attempt to block here, but my opponent can always... I guess they can even just make it a 4-4 potentially after I've blocked. Now if I like block and then they push my Noble Hierarch, Grimflare becomes a 4-4 and just eats my Vizier of Remedies anyways. Shriekmaul's pretty good too. Probably just going to kill Vizier here. Yeah. Okay. It's going to give them Delirium and a slightly bigger Termaglyph as well. Alrighty. Take 9 here, drop down to 7. So, Eternal Witness is a pretty good draw, as well as just kill spells. Opponent resolving Grimflare. They get to look at the top 3, keep any good ones that they see, and put the rest in the graveyard. My opponent went top, top, top. They're just going to cast a Traverse after that. Grab a Siege Rhino. Draw a card on my turn. So, interestingly, it is a... Siege Rhino deck still. Okay, well, we're not dead here. Can Chump Block Tarmogoyf, Path to Exile Grimflare. Means we've got to draw a sequence of companies, though, after that. Collected Company returning Eternal Witness, though, is pretty good. Like, return Eternal Witness Kitchen Finks. Puts me in a rather good position. Alrighty. So, yeah, we do have to Chump Block a Termaglyph here. And Path to Exile Grimflare. I could have done it in the other way, but Grimflare, I think, is slightly better than Tarmogoyf. Tarmogoyf is just a vanilla creature. I can Chump Block it. I can do other stuff. Alright, then Siege Rhino, put us down to 4. Opponent has 2 lethal creatures regardless. 1 with Trample. There's the Coco. So, yeah, we're just going to Coco. We're going to Eternal Witness Path to Exile. And we're going to not die. How does that sound, team? Could also even just get, like, a pair of Kitchen Finks here, or Kitchen Finks Vizier. Could even be reasonable. A pair of Kitchen Finks would actually be really good. That would allow us to Court of Calling on the following turn. Opponent going to Collective Brutality us? Yes, okay. So, in response to Brutality, we've got to cast both the Company and the Path to Exile. So let's get Company, and let's concede. Alright, that was a pretty bad collected Company. My opponent is definitely on Abzan Rhinos now, but here's what's interesting. They're also playing Traverse, which means Aven Mind Sensor seems like it might be pretty good now. Scavenging is definitely going to be as good as I'd imagined. Walking Ballista deals with Planeswalkers seems otherwise mediocre. Does allow us to win with infinite mana without using the graveyard. I think we'll be okay. I don't think Walking Ballista is doing enough for us other than that. My opponent's definitely going to have Lingering Souls, and I think we want all these other cards. Even Mind Sensor seems good. We get to be on the play, so Mind Sensor's a little bit better. Got turn 2 Voice of Resurgence, turn 3 Sin Collector, barring discard spells from our opponent. We might both keep 7s this game. I think we've both mulliganed other than this. Opponent's thinking for a while, though. Turn 1 Temple Garden. Or turn 1 Overgrown Tomb. I guess it doesn't matter too much. We do want to grab as many basic forests as we possibly can for when Scavenging Ooze comes along. Or not even basic forest, but we want as many of our lands to be green sources as possible. So while Windswept Heath could grab like a basic Plains here, we go turn 1. Okay, our opponent is mulligan down to 6 and kept. So they're scrying now. But they did mull down to 6. Yeah, the deck's definitely high in lands. I'm playing 23 lands, which is definitely high. But I'm playing 23 lands with 4 Court of Callings and 3 Gavany Townships. So we do have ways to sink the mana. I potentially should have boarded in... what's it called? Should have boarded in a... Fulminator Mage, considering that my opponent was on traditional Abzan here. Termagoyf Collective Brutality? Okay, Termagoyf. A Goyf is fine. Are we going to see a Bobble? Yeah, we do. But a Bobble doesn't let my opponent battle with Voice. We're going to take a look at our top card here. Cool. Alright, well, they're going to look at their top card, but we're going to look at their whole hand. So that seems like a fine trade-off. Let's go Sin Collector, pay the life, and take something sweet from our opponent here. Damnation or Tireless Tracker. Well, this is looking great for us. We've got the Abrupt Decay for the Tireless Tracker, and we're going to take Damnation from my opponent. Swamp, Bajuka Bog, Marsh Flats, Tireless Tracker. My opponent can crack Marsh Flats if they want and swing in with Goyf next turn. I don't even think they're going to do that, to be honest. I think they're going to save their Marsh Flats for their Tireless Tracker, get some clue tokens. That's what I would do at least, so let's just smash. I think they Bajuka Bog us here. Keep their Goyf big. They could also just main phase the Tireless Tracker off their other land, off their swamp. But then we just really get to get them as we Abrupt Decay. That also doesn't let their Tarmogoyf attack here. So they have to use their Marsh Flats or their top deck to allow their Tarmogoyf to attack. They top decked a Verdant Catacombs. They're going to crack it, cast Tireless Tracker, and smack us for 3. Oh no, Treetop Village coming in too. Okay, right. That's a decent play. No blocks. So, yeah, I'm going to play Devoted Druid here and then just leave open Abrupt Decay mana so that my opponent only gets one clue token. Let's keep my opponent's life total low. Our life total's low here too, but I think we are probably winning this race, considering my opponent has to tap out to activate Treetop Village. I guess what's awkward here is my opponent will probably just go fetch land go, and I will allow them to make 2 clue tokens. But if they're making clues, they're not activating Treetop Village. Swamp? What? What is Swamp doing here? They had a Marsh Flats in their hand. Swamp, what are you doing, buddy? What are you doing, buddy? Get out of here. Alright, I figured it had to be a fatal push if my opponent's going to cast a Swamp here. Let's say... okay to fatal push, yeah. Termagoyf is pretty large here, but I think we can deal with the Termagoyf regardless. We're going to take 4 damage. I'm just going to do this now so we can F6. We've got options. We can either activate Duskwatch Recruiter on our turn. We can start chump blocking with Voice of Resurgence if we're really worried about our life total. But I think I want to start activating Duskwatch Recruiter here too. Let's go Windswept Heath and just keep open the mana to activate Duskwatch Recruiter here. A 4/5 Termagoyf. That's fine. We can't double block. I think I will chump block with a voice here, but can't double block, so this is fine. And then eventually this voice token will be bigger than that Tarmogoyf, assuming I can hit off Duskwatch Recruiter once or twice here. Opponent's going to lead with cracking their clue, leaving open double green, I guess so that they can fetch a basic plains off Marsh Flats and get in with Treetop Village. It's going to make it pretty awkward if they draw any removal spell, though, because then they're going to want to use that Marsh Flats for other purposes. Alright, I will chump block here. And we are really just looking for Scavenging Ooze off the top. That's the best one. A Kitchen Finks I will also accept, though. Alright, if my opponent didn't swing with Treetop, I guess that means that they have a kill spell for our Recruiter here. And we're going to choose nothing. Okay, so I guess they're going to kill my Duskwatch now. Nope. Alright, in response to Duskwatch Recruiter transforming then, I'm going to activate it again. Look for Kitchen Finks, Scavenging Ooze. Eternal Witness also pretty good though, eh? Is Kitchen Finks better? Kitchen Finks might just be better than Eternal Witness here. I didn't keep open enough green mana to go Eternal Witness into Devoted Druid and flip Duskwatch Recruiter back. Yeah, Witness is only... Right. Yeah, no, I guess Witness is 3 bodies because I'll just return Voice with it. Alright, we'll grab Witness here. We're hoping to draw a Vizier of Remedies then for the turn. So my creatures cost 1 less now, so Eternal Witness is only going to cost this. Alright, we'll just put this into play. Not paying the life. Oh, you know what? Let's just Eternal Witness back the Abrupt Decay. How do we lose if we do that? My opponent now needs to draw a discard spell. Yeah, it seems great. Alright, my opponent is keeping a Treetop Village back on defense, but they cannot... Oh, I should have swung with the Horde as well. This is fine. I definitely should have swung with Kralin Horde Howler. I guess we're going to get our Elemental Token Abrupt Decay here. Sure. Treetop Village attacks. I think I will trade off the Horde for it. Alright, my opponent's going to Thought Seize away our Abrupt Decay. That's fine. That puts them down to 4. Feel like that leaves them with not many good attacks here, considering I also have a potentially lethal Gavany Township. Yeah, Thoughtseize was the main reason to take a Kitchen Finks there. Bojuka Bog's not going to count as a spell, nor is it going to shrink the Tarmogoyf. If my opponent attacks with Tarmogoyf, we win on the crackbacks, so they cannot attack. Collect a Company seems like a good one. 1, 2, 3, 4. If we collect the Company into Walking Ballista Kitchen Finks, we don't have Walking Ballista, so we'd have to collect the Company into... There's no way to flip the Howler here, is what I'm looking at. Alright, so all we need to do then is just put more creatures on the battlefield than my opponent has blockers. Let's just do that. My opponent's not doing anything. They've got 1 card in hand. We don't know what it is. But there's a Blooming Marsh. Alright, there's no way they've got good attacks here. Especially not with this Collected Company in my hand. These attacks would be very good for me. Let's Coco. Probably going to take Kitchen Finks, Viscera Seer. Unless I just want a big creature. But I think just giving me a bunch of small creatures... Like, let's say they can block 3 of my creatures. Yeah, even if they have a kill spell here. Any order. So if they have a kill spell, they kill this, block this and this. Take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage from my unblocked creatures. Is there any way they could have some type of 2-for-1? I don't think that there's anything... What's a 2-for-1 that Junk could play? I'm not going to play around Zealous Persecution here. I'm going to attack my opponent and win the game. My opponent has Zealous Persecution. They do win here. Actually, they don't even win, because their crackback isn't lethal. Alright, opponent doesn't even block. They see the writing on the wall. GG, Watsy coverage, Simon G. Simon Gortzen, as someone in the chat pointed out. Taking classic Obzon with some tutoring in there. Some, like, Death Shadow-esque stuff. But that makes us 2-0 here at the start of the league. Haven't activated Spellskite yet, so I can't really just say that it's the changes to the deck that are winning games for us, but I've got a Spellskite in the deck if I ever need it. You know what? The Voice. The Voice actually did a lot of work that game, and the Voice wasn't in the deck before this stream. So, Voice of Returgence. Voice of Resurgence. Voice of Returgent. Detergent, that's what I'm thinking of. What's Returgence? Probably not even a real word, right? Voice of Resurgence, though, fantastic Magic card. Yeah, because of discard, the Kitchen Finks would have wound up being a little bit better than, yeah, Voice of Detergent from Trash Hermit. Kitchen Finks would have wound up being a little bit better because my opponent had a Thoughtseize in hand, but that Thoughtseize put my opponent down to 4, so, like, sure? The Kitchen Finks is insane. Dream a little dream for me. Lost the die roll, super unlucky, never lucky, baby rage. Come on, dude. So we'll be on the draw here. Can keep a hand that is pretty dependent on Devoted Druid, but a pretty reasonable hand. It's good against Living End. If my opponent's playing Living End, this hand's nasty. But that's not super likely. FC Lauret, F Claret. Thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Appreciate it a lot. don't actually run out the Vizier turn 1 that often, but seems kind of reasonable to do here. Does mean we'll have to F2 until the end of time. Thank you, F. Claret. Or FC Laret. I love this deck. Alright, we will have to keep F2ing. We won't be able to F6 because of the ability of my opponent to kill my creatures, in which I'll 1-2 Vizier in response. Alright, my opponent's got a Scavenging Ooze. Doesn't mean great things for Vizier, but it does mean great things for our next turn Chord of Calling for Vizier of Remedies here. Means we'll just be able to chord for Vizier, make infinite mana. My opponent probably isn't going to have a great way to interact with that. We're talking Spell Queller, Path to Exile, that's about it. Alright, so it looks like my opponent is keeping open Spell Queller mana here. So if we just cast Collected Company, or I'm not Collected Company, Chord of Calling for X equals 5, that should be enough to do it to it. So yeah, let's go for that. Could wait for end step here if my opponent's like a more traditional Bant or something, but I just don't want to. I actually don't even have to tap this twice. I'm going to be really annoyed if my opponent censors me here now, I guess. I can't imagine we see a censor in Modern. No, Path to Exile on Devoted Druid. I think we do want this Path to Exiled. Yeah, I want the mana. Now I have to go and get a 2-drop. Oh, I know what 2-drop I'm gonna get. Let's get a Devoted Druid. That's pretty sweet. Could have hit my opponent for 1 at the cost of 2 points of life. I did want to go and get that Temple Garden, though. Fuck Laret. Fuck Laret. Alright, opponent gets a Temple Garden, end of turn, and Path to Exiles our Devoted Druid again. Where do we want this one? I think we just also want this one exiled. The thing is, if we put this in the graveyard, my opponent can just eat it with their Scavenging Ooze. They have the mana open right now, even, so no point messing around. Let's just grab another basic forest. It's going to give us the mana to start activating our Duskwatch Recruiters. Alright, our opponent's going to eat our relevant cards here, end of turn. If we draw another land, we can cast a Ballista for X equals 3, which feels like it will be decent against a Collected Company Mirror matchup. We could also just cast Collected Company, hope to hit a Devoted Druid. Yeah, I don't want his Scavenging Ooze to get bigger either, right? So my options here are Collected Company or Duskwatch Recruiter activates. Walking Ballista for X equals 2 is not a viable play. My opponent will eat it in response to the second activation, become a 3/3 and just completely blow me out. Let's just hold open Collected Company. It's the most mana... It's actually not the most mana-efficient play, but... So let's just potentially play around Spell Queller the best. I think my opponent's going to Company here. End of turn. No, they're just going to eat my Verdant Catacombs and keep open Spell Queller. Okay. I could have attacked with Vizier to bait out a Company, actually. Maybe that's better. I can take 2 damage a turn, though. That's fine. Should I have done this earlier and blocked? That was dumb. I should have blocked their Scavenging Ooze 100% there. Well, we're going to make my opponent do something, right? I don't have commands set up for exclamation point deck list. Maybe this is bad here, but I feel like, I mean, now my opponent can like play a mana dude or something, or a 2-drop if they want to keep open. Alright, Knight of the Reliquary, but now they're like tapped out. So now I can run out a Collected Company. Let's Collected Company now, just in case they have another land. Yeah. I guess this was the downside of doing this like this, because we get Eternal Witness, Noble Hierarch, and then we're unable to Eternal Witness back to Coco. Yeah, my opponent's going to eat the Collected Company here. So I resolved it, but that resolution didn't really bring us anywhere. We were really just looking for another Devoted Druid, which was a little hard to come by, but wanted to still go for it. Kitchen Finks isn't that great with the advent of Scavenging Ooze on the battlefield. Yeah, there's a list in the channel feed. I'm not sure exactly how updated it is, but there's an Imager link. I think it's actually pretty close. Oh, no. It's not close at all. Oh, never mind. There was a list I posted on May 3rd that I think is pretty close, if not the same list that I'm running right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I've got 7 mana. That's enough to cast Dustwatch Recruiter, activate it once, and play a Devoted Druid off of it. Let's take a look. I'm going to thin my deck out a little bit here too. So we're looking for a Devoted Druid. Sounds good. And then I'm just going to slam this Devoted Druid. So my opponent needs another spot removal spell. If they are able to find like a retreat, we might be in a little bit of an awkward position here. Could have gone Ballista Kill Ooze. That's not unreasonable either. But I like this play too. So as long as my opponent doesn't have the retreat, which they do, okay. Yeah, they're going to be able to kill us here. We're only at 12. Doesn't matter if we went and killed the Ooze here. My opponent would have had us regardless. Yeah, we can yield to this. Can also yield to neither Reliquary's ability. Just want to make sure they play around Devoted Druid here, because what they could do is tap all of our creatures. They're just going to get a Kessig Wolf run. That'll do it too. Yeah. Kessig Wolf run definitely kills us here. We want our Abrupt Decays, we want our Path to Exiles, and we want Aven Mind Sensor. And we also definitely want Scavenging Ooze. Don't need Spellskite. Do want Walking Ballista. Yeah, potentially played around too much there. I also could have traded the Vizier for the Scavenging Ooze, which I think would have bought us a pretty good board position, because then when I Collected Companied into Eternal Witness, I could have actually returned the Collected Company out. So you can see the deck list here now while we're sideboarding. It's not that much different from the deck list in the description. I believe the main deck is exactly the same. And the sideboard has minimal changes, just based off the metagame. We definitely like our infinite combo here, and we like our other infinite combo here. Scavenging Ooze is going to be a bitch, though. So we do have to worry about that. I don't think I care about anything else. Not going to, like, Reclamation Sage the retreat or anything like that. I mean, you can. Have actually been seeing a decent amount of Tron and Valakut, yeah. And I also think that Fulminator Mage is good in a lot of other matches, like more traditional Jund and Celestial Colonnade decks. Yeah, I answer the Ronus question about 2 or 3 times per stream, but Walking Ballista is just a better card. So that's the main reason that I neglect to play him. We do want to combo them fast. Kitchen Finks is good. Not really sure what else I can cut. Could cut 1 Vizier. Or could just cut another Kitchen Finks. I like Kitchen Finks here, but maybe just Scavenging Ooze is going to be more important. I don't think Ronus is bad, but I don't think Ronus is as good as Walking Ballista or Duskwatch Recruiter, so I'm not going to cut either of those cards for it. And that is pretty much my argument. We'll keep it. We need to find a mana sink, but it's a turn 3 kill if we do. My opponent's on 6. It's a pretty hippie song. Hippy Dippy. I've never heard this before. Oh, it's Peter, Paul, and Mary. Okay. Alright, Noble Hierarch for my opponent. Wait, did I not bring in Orzhov Pontiff? I think I forgot to. Just crack this. Do I have double green or double white in the deck? Don't think so. Just grab a Temple Garden. Yeah, Recruiter's real nice. We're going to see a turn 3 Knight of the Reliquary here. No, turn 3 Scavenging Ooze. Not bad. But my opponent is going to play another Noble Hierarch. So my opponent's tapped out here. Can't quite get there, though. That's unfortunate. Alright. Let's dump our hand. Alrighty. Now we just gotta find something. My opponent gets to attack us for 4, and they also have 4 mana to cast whatever they draw, and a Horizon Canopy too. But we've got double of each combo piece, so we've got some redundancy here. A spot removal spell isn't going to be good. A Spell Queller is. I could double block a Scavenging Ooze, trade both of my Viziers for it. Not feeling up for that one. I feel like that's a decent way to lose this game. Though a Scavenging Ooze myself. Alrighty. So my opponent can cast a Collected Company here. Don't really want to run my dudes out into that. Which I guess just leads me doing nothing. Right, if you don't have the combo, he's just a Ponder. But he's a Ponder you can activate every turn for 3 mana, so that's somewhat reasonable. I'm going to exile my opponent's graveyard. They're going to exile mine. So what we do have is infinite mana and thus infinite Scavenging Ooze activations here. So there's never going to be a card in my opponent's graveyard Opponent didn't cast anything, but they only had 3 mana with which to cast something. Now we're going to start taking 5 a turn. This is nutty. Oh, right, it's a 5/5 now. Alright, I'm going to have to take it. I'll chump block with a bird next turn. But I guess I could chump block with a bird this turn. Nah, I'll chump block next turn. I might want the... No, I guess I actually can't want the mana. I don't know what I'm talking about. Alright. So hopefully they don't have a Spell Queller and whatever we draw here resolves. But they didn't play anything. So it might not. Alrighty. Cast this for X equals 5. Oh wait, they can't Spell Queller this. What am I talking about? Negate. Okay. Smack my opponent for 6. Sure. Just gonna untap my Devoted Druid now. Just in case. Really wish I had an Orzhov Pontiff here in my deck. It's really, really unfortunate that I forgot to board that in. Am gonna chump block here, though. I hope my opponent realizes that I do win this. Alright. They do realize that I win, and they're going to let me have it here. Okay. So my opponent can hit me for 5 and 5. What's interesting is that because I guaranteed win the Noble Hierarch things, or not the Noble Hierarch things, the Scavenging Ooze things, means that I'm going to have the mana to gain life instead of my opponent here. My opponent could Coco here. Let's just attack with a 4/4. It is kind of cool that I win all Scavenging Ooze interactions. So like now I can chump block with Noble Hierarch. I'm guaranteed going to be the one able to eat that. Opponent's going to go for a Spell Queller as a flyer now. I guess I can't chump block a Spell Queller, eh? And what is this? Retreat to Coral Helm just for... What can it also do? Scry? Yeah. Opponent's going to swing for 5 in the air. I don't actually even have a way to... do much of anything here, because I can't kill my own Devoted Druid, so I'm just set up to take 5 and then take another 5. Misty Rainforest to put it back on defense. That doesn't do much. Alright, need to draw a live spell here. Godless Shrine is not it. Yeah, I think I do just attack with everything. If I attack with both Viziers, that's kind of shitty. I no longer have infinite mana, but I think it's the only thing I can do. Yeah, it also represents lethal, so it means that something's gotta die. Okay. Oh, they're gonna not let me. That's a good play. Tap down my Scavenging Ooze. Yeah, now I can attack with both Viziers, and they can just take it. Yeah, well played. Yeah, it was a good play by my opponent, using the fetch land as a speed bump. I don't have an Orders of Pontiff in the deck, but I wasn't able to tutor for it because my opponent had the negate anyways. They're going to crash for 5 in the air and kill us dead. Give my opponent the GG in chat, but it was a nice dude. But unfortunately, we weren't able to get there. That puts us 2-1 in the league. Not a horrible start. Just need one more win in these next 2 matches here. Yeah, those nobles were real good. Now I was sitting there with Birds of Paradise. There were a few turns that I could have attacked, but was worried my opponent had some collected companies, and wound up with my opponent at 2 life at the end of the game there. So I guess I could have attacked more. This hand's really bad. We're on the play. Pretty much need to scry into a fetch land. Maelstrom Pulse over Abrupt Decay in the side is fine. I like Abrupt Decay because of the cheapness, but yeah, there's definitely times that come up that you'd want a Maelstrom Pulse. A lot of times I think the cheapness is just fine, but it also lets you kill big shit like Gideons and Chandras and Nihiris that cost more than 3 mana. I'm going to keep... That's a tricky one, too. Birds on the play actually puts your opponent in an awkward position as far as removing it. We're going to bottom birds, though, off the top, because that seems a little bit slow. It's a real risky keep. I think being on the play helps its legitimacy. Alright. Come on, Goblin Guide. Goblin Guide, Goblin Guide. Make me a match. Alright, sounds good. Goblin Guide gives us a Verdant Catacombs. Let's crack this for a basic forest, and then let's play a Goblin Guide Blockarino. Returning that Verdant Catacombs. Looks like we got pretty rewarded with this hand. We are playing against Burn, so opponent could just roll us over, but we're also playing against Burn on the play. So that seems great as well. We've got a Scavenging Ooze coming. Sounds good to me. Let's trade off these creatures and start to pump up that Scavenging Ooze. What do you guys think? What's my opponent going to play here? If my opponent plays an Eidolon, we just get to play Scavenging Ooze, eat Eternal Witness Goblin Guide. If they tap out for Lava Spikes, sure thing. So we are eating our Eternal Witness when we have an Eternal Witness in hand, but this is going to make Scavenging Ooze into a 4/4, which puts it out of Rift Bolt range, and now we just get to keep eating creatures for the rest of the game here. I can F6 this turn. So we're going to take a Rift Bolt down to 12. Next turn we've got Coco, and my opponent concedes. There you go, that's how you beat Burn, boys and girls. Keep a keep a 1-land Birds of Paradise hand against the worst deck in the format to do so, and just crush them mercilessly. Seems good to me. I like to board in. Here is a great example of a matchup where Abrupt Decay is good, but Maelstrom Pulse would be absolute shit, so good timing on your question there. We definitely want Spell Skite, want Voice of Resurgence, and Tide Hollow Scholar, Oars of Pontiff. All of this stuff is great. Reclamation Sage, I'm about 50-50 on. It blows up Eidolon, but it is otherwise kind of a dead card. So I generally don't rely on it. We're going to board out all of our Court of Callings here, and we're going to board out our Walking Ballista because putting Kitchen Finks onto the battlefield is good enough as far as our combo goes. And we're actually going to trim on the combo a little bit because it is kind of difficult to pull off. I think this is my sideboarding plan in general against Burn. Yeah, the only change being I could play a Reclamation Sage. Could also play a Selfless Spirit just to protect and fuel Scavenging Ooze. Devoted Druid is pretty good with Scavenging Ooze too. This looks good other than that though to me. Eidolon is interesting against like Rift Bolt and also Monastery Swiftspear. But a little slow. Alrighty, this is going to be a Snap Mulligan. I'll keep this one, though. Bottom. Don't need another one. We've got enough mana here to not take any damage until turn 4 off of our mana. Yeah, I don't like Rhetoric against Burn. By the time you can play it, it's a little bit slow. Bloodstained Mire into Mountain. They're going to play their own Eidolon and smack us for 1. Sounds good. Scavenging Ooze, really solid. Hopefully that card can do some work for us. I'd love to trade Voice for Eidolon here. Eidolon's already hit me for 3. So it's already kind of doing what it needs to do. Alright, Goblin Guide. Opponent takes 2. Means we're less likely to draw some lands here now too. And are we going to see a Lava Spike? We are. It's going to deal some damage to my opponent though. Will I trade Goblin Guide for Voice? Yeah, I will. I'd love to trade it for Eidolon here, but I will trade it for Goblin Guide. Birds of Paradise off the top. It's actually a reasonable draw, but I don't think I can keep it. Let's go... Yeah, I want to declare Voice as a blocker here. And I'll get to make Voice into a 3/3 if I play out 2 creatures. AKA if I play Duskwatch Recruiter and Birds of Paradise. I think I will go for that. The main reason is just... I'm going to take a few damage off of that, right? But then the next turn I've got a lot of mana for Scavenging Ooze, and some of these creatures are going to trade off here. I think this will work out in our favor. It's a little bit risky to cast this Birds of Paradise here, but it's going to gain back 1 life point next turn by being in play, and pumping this Elemental token could be really crucial. So we go down to 7. If my opponent has 2 spells that they can cast, we're in an awkward spot. Especially if one of those spells is like a Searing Blaze or something. But other than that, my opponent kind of needs Boros Charm plus Lava Spike. This looks like a 3-mana spell, though. No, I think this is Boros Charm plus Lava Spike, and my opponent just tapping out immediately. Alright, Searing Blaze on the Recruiter, triggering Prowess, turning the Elemental into a 2/2. Oh, they fetched the Foundry tapped. Okay, well, Birds of Paradise cost us 2 life, but it's going to gain us that 2 life right back here. Yeah, I can't drop down to 2 because then I can't cast Scavenging Ooze, so we have to trade here. And then I've got to go down to 1 with Scavenging Ooze. Alright, this is going to be a close one. Yep, go down to 1. Eat Goblin Guide. Eat Birds of Paradise. Alrighty, I'm at 3 life against a burn deck. Not feeling super confident. Skullcrack. That'll kill me. I don't think there was a single turn that my opponent cast 2 spells for what it's worth. Take a look at everything else. Reclamation Sage would have been nice there. Why not board out Company? Company is actually pretty decent against the deck. You're still keeping in a lot of your mana production, and Company also conveniently avoids Eidolon. I think Company is at a good enough rate and helps you find Kitchen Finks that it's not actually too slow, and generally you do get to cast it. I don't know what I would have to cut. I guess I could cut a Devoted Druid or a Vizier for a Sage here. What's better, a Devoted Druid or a Vizier? I think Vizier's slightly better. Oh wait, I drew a Collected Company on the turn that I lost the game, you're saying? I didn't even see that. Sometimes I just get confused with, streaming and playing at the same time. If I had a Collected Company in my hand, might have been a better card to cast than my Scavenging Ooze. Yeah, Wall of Roots and Voice of Resurgence in the main deck were definitely both good cards. We're going to keep this here. We've got a turn 2 Spellskite, turn 3 Collected Company. So that's reasonable. Noble Hierarch on the play is less likely to get Lightning Bolted or something. Yeah, Spellskite seems good. My opponent has mulliganed to 4. Alright, well that's how you win the burn matchup, boys and girls. You just watch as your opponent mulligans to 4. I mean, I won't get cocky. Just yet. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get cocky now. If you guys don't mind, just a little bit of cockiness here. Does that seem slightly reasonable here? Alrighty. Yeah, I think I won. My burn opponent just didn't play anything. Mull to 4, no lands. Scry 1, still no lands. That seems good. So we are 3-1. That's how you beat burn, boys and girls. Nothing to it. Nothing to it. If I'll be back again. Alright, and here is our last round. I'm probably going to do one more league after this as well. We get to be on the play again. Sounds good. Path to Exile, heavy hand. Path to Exile is pretty good in the format. You'll notice I play 2 Path to Exile's main deck, where most players play a total of 0. At the same time we're on the play. Maybe we just want a more aggressive hand on the play. We're very far away from casting this Court of Calling. I'm going to mulligan this. This ends worse, but whatever. Alright, our opponent's kept 7. We're going to keep this one, even though it's worse. Definitely bottom that. Yeah, it's good against the Death Shadow decks. Inquisition. Guess I should have... Actually, this hand's fine against Inquisition. Just a lot of lands and stuff. We're going to get our Ballista or our Path taken. Trash Hermit, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it, my friend. It's a good card. We've run it out into Collective Brutality, which is awkward. I think the fact is my opponent's going to play a Collective Brutality next turn. We can hold off on Scavenging Ooze. The main thing that we lose by holding onto it here is keeping my opponent off of Delirium. Delirium does actually matter here. Now, if we really need to, we can eat our Ballista. Well, I don't want to eat my Ballista now. Just going to Path their Grim Flare. Nothing else this turn from my opponent. Duskwatch Recruiter's not a bad top deck. I could have pathed the Flare end of turn. It didn't seem like it was going to matter too much. But we could definitely get punished for that. Like, yeah, just to keep my opponent off of, like, Delirium, exiling the Inquisition of Kozilek. It's so tricky because keeping your cards in your hand opens them up to discard. Putting the cards on the battlefield opens them up to removal. But if we're only taking 2 from Shambling Vent, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Means my opponent's just sitting on a bunch of removal spells. Something like Collected Company seems like an insane draw. Yeah, I know what you meant, Fallon Cypher. I think your play was probably better. I think you're right. Scavenging Ooze. That is a really annoying one. In response, we are going to Collected Company, try to find an Eternal Witness, and I guess I will Eternal Witness back my Path to Exile. Could also Eternal Witness back this Collected Company. Either way, we're definitely taking Eternal Witness Noble Hierarch. So we can take Path to Exile here and just path this Scavenging Ooze. That's going to leave my opponent with 2 activations. They will be able to... Yeah, we've got more than enough gas here if we draw another Eternal Witness. Sure. Let's take our Path to Exile back. Scavenging Ooze is just such a nasty card. Yeah, definitely traditional Abzan. Whether or not they're playing Traverse, we don't totally know, but it could happen. They're going to exile my Coco from the graveyard, and they might go ahead and exile something else. They might just not care. Looks like they don't care. Oops. They don't care enough that they didn't even do it. Fatal Push on Eternal Witness sounds good. I've got Noble Hierarch swinging in for 2 now. Court of Calling, I can go and get a Kitchen Finks. I can get an Eternal Witness, return Eternal Witness. That seems pretty good. If we Eternal Witness back Eternal Witness and my opponent just has more path to, or more discard spells. They've used so many Fatal Pushes already, right? I mean, we can cord... Nah, Scavenging Ooze is just so good against the deck. That's true. We can just wait with the Court of Calling here. Alright. Now that we've drawn Court of Calling, though, I definitely like the play of not attacking for 1 here. Attacking for 1 means we cannot cord for 3. So not doing that. Alright, Collective Brutality, just killing Noble Hierarch. Let's make a green mana in response. They're not looking at our hand here, though, but they did have a Collective Brutality. Alright, now we have to use it. I'm going to go ahead and just get an Eternal Witness. Return Eternal Witness. And we'll figure out the rest from there. I'm actually a little short on green mana. Maybe I don't want Eternal Witness. Oh yeah, it means we cannot cord at all, you're right. Alright, Eternal Witness is still a free roll here, but we're actually short on green mana a little bit. I think our Scavenging Ooze is going to be good enough here. Eternal Return Cord seems really slow. It doesn't actually get us anywhere. I'd much rather return... Oh, we can't return Company. We don't have any green mana for Scavenging Ooze either. I'm going to just go Duskwatch Recruiter here then. Alright, Shambling Vents getting in. My graveyard's in the middle of everything. Oh, my opponent just activating Shambling Vents in response. Alright, that's fine. My opponent can go up to 20 here. We'll put them back down to 18 on our turn. It's a pretty good reward, I think. We kind of want to play both of these monsters out, actually. Yeah, let's just play out our team here. Could have kept open Path to Exile mana. It can't actually matter. My opponent's on 2 cards here. And they've got a Maelstrom Pulse for the Recruiter. That's fine. And a Termaglyph. When I say that's fine, I mean that's pretty terrible. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three. No, okay. I was trying to figure out. I'm 1 mana short of activating Gavany Townships twice here. Alright, Termaglyph damage I'll take. I think it was worth risking it there. But I could be wrong. I could have activated Gavany twice this turn. But just leave myself the ability to do it next turn. I think I want to attack here, actually. I can block both Shambling Vents. So I'm going to take 5 more from Tarmogoyf. I get to block both Shambling Vents here, though. And my opponent's probably going to tap out to attack with both of them. If they only attack with one of them, I don't have to do shit. It does make their life total higher, though, obviously. Collective Brutality on Spellskite? No, just a Grim Flare. Alright, that's a little bit unfortunate, but I guess now we're just playing defense. I can trade Eternal Witness for Tarmogoyf here. Devoted Druid can block on Grim Flare. Spellskite can eat a Shambling Vent. Team is like very, very large here. My opponent's Hellbent. They don't have any creatures in their graveyard. Lingering Souls, that is a really, really fantastic draw, and draw that I can't really do anything about. I need to hit a Collected Company into a Kitchen Finks now, pretty much. I could draw a Birds of Paradise here, too. I keep this fetch land so that if I draw a Birds of Paradise, I don't die. Temple Garden. Yeah. Nothing we can do. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's what I would have done. Zooches. You're right, because Eternal Witness was just going to keep getting bigger and bigger. Alright, that's unfortunate. Yeah, a lot of options there that game, but we're close. All right, boarding in all the kill spells for all their creatures, boarding in the Pontiff for their other shit, and trying to win the Scavenging Ooze battle. Board out the Spellskite, board in the Voice of Resurgence, and trim on some combo pieces. Take out Walking Ballista. Take out one Birds of Paradise. I think I just board out an additional copy of each of these cards. Alright, looks good. Let's do it once over. Fulminator Mage is okay. Yeah, I did draw a lot of lands, but I don't know. I also could have played differently. The main thing that I could have done, I thought it was worth playing Devoted Druid and the Duskwatch Recruiter in the same turn, but that was really a key point in the game, because if I had done that, or if I hadn't done that, if I had just played Duskwatch Recruiter and activated it, I actually would have essentially drawn 3 cards there, because I would have put, or maybe actually 4, because I would have grabbed a creature and I would have put 2 lands on the bottom of my deck, which would have made us a lot less flooded as well. Obviously couldn't have known that at the time, but I thought it was worth the risk untapping with a Devoted Druid than having 7 mana to look for a Vizier of Remedies and just win the game. Captain Black In, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Aven Mind Sensor could be okay against the Traverse, but we don't actually know that they're a Traverse deck. I'm just going to submit this until we see it traverse the Ulvenwald. Oh, Fulminator Mage is the other point that I wanted to make. We could put Fulminator Mage in the deck. I don't actually think that the one card, the Shambling Vent, is a good enough manland that we actually want to do that, though. Sounds good. We've got an Abrupt Decay for their Scavenging Ooze, aka for their Inquisition of Kozilek. They've mulliganed down to 6 and kept, and they've put a card on top. Let's go Overgrown Tomb, say no, and pass the turn. They're going to Thoughtseize or Incus. No, they're going to Grafdigger's Cage. All right, well, that is an equally acceptable Abrupt Decay target. I'll take it. This can just fetch basic Forest and fetch lands at this point, so this is better. Let's crack Verdant Catacombs and run a Duskwatch Recruiter out there. So they have to main phase kill this with either an Abrupt Decay, a Collective Brutality, or a Fatal Push. They've got the Abrupt Decays. I don't think we saw any Abrupt Decays game 1. Glad I have mine. Remind me to board in Reclamation Sage for the final game here, so that we don't get blown out by that Grafdigger's Cage action. Grimflare we're going to have to let happen for now. I'll wait until the end of turn just in case they have another Grafdigger's Cage and are playing around Maelstrom Pulse. It's a possibility. Path to Exile is a pretty sweet draw. I think I'm just going to run out the company and risk it here. We've put 2, now 3 card types in their graveyard. If they have a discard spell, that means they've got a 4/4, but I might still be able to double block it nonetheless. Alright, another cage. We will have to respond to this one with a collected company here. Let's just take a forest. So they did actually have another Grafdigger's Cage and we're playing around Maelstrom Pulse. Good to know. Or they top deck this. Kitchen Finks, Orzhov, Pontiff. Well, my Kitchen Finks aren't going to be as good with this Grafdigger's Cage in play. But I mean, Orzhov Pontiff's not doing anything for us, so sure. Now we just need to find an Eternal Witness or another Abrupt Decay. We have a Path to Exile for Grimflare. I don't think I want to trade Kitchen Finks for Grimflare here. I think I just want to let my opponent... but at the same time... You know what? I think I do. I think I do. Double blocking, so that way in case they have a Fatal Push or a Path to Exile, we definitely trade here. Alright, they're going to path one of them. We'll use that ability, go and grab a basic... I'll say basic swamp, it doesn't really matter. Punished. Okay. Let's just run out of Vizier. Guess we could play a Viscerous here as well. Yeah, why not? Court of Calling is a dead card until Grafdigger's Cage leaves play. -2/-2 on everything. Alright, we're going to sack our team so that they don't get exiled, and also allows us to scry. Get some value here. Nice little 2-for-1 from my opponent here. Yeah, I'll take a Kitchen Finks. It's better than a Collected Company, I suppose. Could have just bottomed to put us one step closer to... whatchamacallit? I mean, we might just be able to win this game off Kitchen Finks here if my opponent's got nothing. Alright, Shambling Vent is reasonable. What else do they have? Liliana? Make me sack a dude? No, Maelstrom Pulse. Okay. Now I need Birds of Paradise to win us this game. Not gonna path Shambling Vents if they get in with it here. It is good for us if they just attack with Shambling Vents, because that means they've got nothing else, but Shambling Vents is never going to kill us, and I'd rather just save the path forever. Looks like they are taking our path to exile anyways, so that be damned. They're gonna take our Court of Calling. Okay. Oh no. They took our they took our path to exile. They did indeed. Okay. I'm gonna crack this Verdant Catacombs now. We don't have any Revolt in our deck. Here comes the Shambling Vents in for 2. It'll take a while for our opponent to kill us this way. A lot of live draws in our deck. Razorverge Thicket is not one of them. Horizon Canopy would have been an okay draw. And one of those 2 Horizon Canopies that we've seen, or one of those 2 Razorverge Thickets, would have been a Horizon Canopy. Here comes the Vents. Let's F6. Alright, Gavany Township, and we start crushing it. I believe there's a Star City Games Open in Baltimore this weekend that is modern. But preparing for all modern tournaments nonetheless. Gavany. Nope. Another dead card. We still have all the time in the world. 8 turns to draw a relevant card here. I meant to yield to the activation of Shambling Vent a bit ago, but... Alrighty. There's a Gavany. So we can stay back. We can't actually get in a good double block this turn. So let's just activate Gavany and swing on this turn. Maybe next turn or in the future we'll start trying to double block, but we also just win this race now. Not only do we win this race, but we also get to cast any creatures that we draw. Flaying Tendrils! Ah! Alright, see ya, Birds of Paradises. And 3 mana for a Scavenging Ooze? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. That's such a good draw, but they're tapping out. Oh, that's insane. There is no way my opponent should tap out here. Now I have a free turn to draw an Eternal Witness. Wow, what a mistake from my opponent. They tapped out. I get to Eternal Witness back this Abrupt Decay or this Path to Exile. I'm just going to take Abrupt Decay. We're going to put Scavenging Ooze in their graveyard, and then I'm going to continue to activate Gavany's on my turn here. What a mistake by my opponent. We're kind of in the same position that we were just in a second ago. What did my opponent play? An Abrupt Decay and a Lingering Souls first half. All right. Lingering Souls could threaten to race us here. Just going to main phase this Gavany here so that I can tap out. Kill Cage because I had two Court of Callings in my hand. The problem is that my opponent's going to untap with Scavenging Ooze. I don't know. I think I can draw more cards that can deal with Grafdigger's Cage. Scavenging Ooze is just so hard if it gets out of hand. I mean, rewarded, right? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I can chord for X equals 3, get whatever the hell I want. Including Eternal Witness for Collected Company. No reason to do it right this second. I think we might Abrupt Decay Grafdigger's Cage, then like get Kitchen Finks and trade with Shambling Vents or something even. So here's the thing. I only have one more Abrupt Decay in the deck, but I've got two more Eternal Witnesses. And using Eternal Witness to kill Scavenging Ooze actually leaves me with more live draws in the deck, because I need to kill both of them. I could be wrong on that logic, but... Oh, whoops. I definitely should have let their creatures attack first. Well, if Shambling Vent doesn't attack, I guess that's the same for us. Yeah, I can get Druid Vizier, but then I'm in a position that I don't have anything to do with that Druid and Vizier. I think I'm just going to get Kitchen Finks. I've got the Gavany Township for the Kitchen Finks, so it seems reasonable too. And then I can start trying to claw my way out with just Gavany Township. Oh, it's just Scavenging Ooze. It's just Scavenging Ooze. He does have a Souls in the Yard. I unfortunately left myself in a position... no, you know what? We're going to take Souls here. Yeah. Good call. This Court of Calling can get Orzhov Pontiff. We're going to take 4 damage this turn, drop down to 6. Do have to kind of watch out for being in Rhino range. Termagoyf, alright. We've got a lot of green mana here that we should be able to keep a Termagoyf at bay. All we have to do is eat a bunch of creatures and Tarmogoyf's at bay too. How many creatures do we have to eat? 4? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then one more to eat something random. Okay, let's just put another Scavenging Ooze on the board. We're going to take 2 here, drop down to 4. But we will gain a bunch of life off this Scavenging Ooze too. We're going to see just the Spirits swing in. We could go get Pontiff now, but I just want to activate my Oozes as many times as possible. I'm going to activate both Oozes 2 and 3 times. And a Verdant Catacombs for my opponent. And they're going to go down to 24 life here. We should win this game. I'm not sure if we're going to have enough time to win the match, though. We're down a game, right? Magic Online is so fucking annoying. Come on, dude. Alright, they have no more creatures. Start eating some of our irrelevant creatures here, like Kitchen Finks. And Viscerous here. Kind of like the Horizon Canopy. I'm just going to draw a card. Actually, I don't need to draw a card with it yet. I don't think just 2 souls are going to beat us right this second. Does anybody remember if we won a game in this matchup yet? I really hope we did. Because I only have 7 minutes left. Alright, let's go to 6. I'm going to have to start concentrating a little bit harder here. Oh my god. Just want the graveyards to stop moving around. Lingering Souls. Alright, that's the reason that I kept off from the Pontiff thus far. In case they had another Lingering Souls. They get to cast and flash back it immediately. And then on their end step here, we're going to chord for X equals 3. Go get an Orzhov Pontiff. Creatures I don't control get -1/-1. Shrink Tarmogoyf, exiling an artifact. Then we're going to start exiling sorceries. This is game 2 when we lost game 1. Alright, we're gonna have to go full combo then for the last game. Let's just exile some lands. You know what? It's not worth the time on the clock. Fuck it. Sure. Here comes the Shambling Vents to gain my opponent some life points. Just gonna chump block Shambling Vents on Kitchen Finks. Chump block Scavenging is right. Can I activate 3 times? 1, 2, no, not even close. Alright, we'll hit them for 3. Shouldn't have to do anything here other than attack. I'm not going to do anything. Only 3 minutes left to win the last game. Seems pretty unlikely. Collective Brutality. -2/-2 on Kitchen Finks. I'll activate in response. Oh, I don't even have to. Whatever. You tricked me. What's happening here? Oh, sure. Almost F2'd past my attackers. Alright, we have 3 minutes to win the last game. Seems pretty unlikely. We're on the draw. My opponent's just going to board in all their spot removal spells and be unable to lose. Maybe we'll get a nice opponent who's willing to concede to us. Seems pretty unlikely. Do we just board in more Devoted Druids to try to get that going? Don't even have Walking Ballista in the deck right now. Yeah, I mean, I can execute the combo in 3 minutes if we get there. My opponent's going to know that we're just on the combo plan. But maybe we can at least avoid the Graph Digger's cages. Kitchen Finks isn't going to matter in a 2-minute game. None of this shit matters in a 2-minute game. Alright, let's just go full in combo. Spellskite and Selfless Spirit. All the mana, all the combo. Everything that we have in just protects the combo, other than Orzhov Pontiff. Fuck it. This is my 3-minute deck. Yep. This is all we can do. Let's try to turn 3 them. Hope they kept a hand with Graph Digger's Cage in it. This is it, dudes. Blooming Marsh, Collective Brutality. We're actually fine against Collective Brutality and Grim Flare, obviously. Let's play Devoted Druid. Let's crack this. Should have grabbed Overgrown Tomb in case we draw into Fulminator Mage. Oh, come on, one time. One time. If my opponent brutalities us, if my opponent has a discard spell and that's it, we win. We just don't have the time. Fuck! Okay, now what can we do? We can play a Duskwatch Recruiter, say no. We can still win this if we are quick. Next turn we go and get Devoted Druid. Following turn we get Vizier. Just going to let my opponent have a big Grim Flare. It's not active yet. Fuck, Graph Digger's Cage kills us, I guess. We can actually just Duskwatch into the combo pieces, though. I'm F6'd, so... Just waiting for my opponent to figure out how they want to interact with us here. Flaying Tendrils. Wait, how come that didn't kill this? Oh, because it made it bigger being the sorcery. Okay, well... We could have won this game if we had grindy cards instead of combo cards, but we needed to try to win in 2 minutes. I forgot Graph Digger's Cage stopped our Horde of Callings and Collected Companies and is an insane card against us. So probably should have kept in Reclamation Sage over the one thing. Alright, you're saying there's a chance? Oh, there's a definite chance here, right? No, we're going to take too much damage here is the problem. We're going to take 7 damage, drop down to 3 on our turn. What do we have to do? Draw another Abrupt Decay? Yeah, we have to kill this here, or we just lose. Alright, so this makes us 3-2 in this league. I'll try to play a little bit faster against Jund-style decks in the future. This match is very grindy, and it's not even crazy to go to time when you're playing against this deck in real life. Though, in real life you've got the shuffling, but you don't have some of the other weird things. We can play a Sin Collector here, but we still lose. That'll be it. Alright, 3-1. Or 3-2, rather. Not the worst thing in the world. I'm going to jump into another one here. And we'll keep it going. Gonna play with the same deck. Actually, unless anybody watching has a Horizon Canopy that they would like to lend us, I'm going to jump in. I don't open up the chests, I just trade them in. Try to keep my cost to a minimum here. If I open up the chest, then I'm losing even more money playing Magic Online, so sorry about that. But until I start making money from streaming, I will be giving my chests away to bots. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a drink of water, and I will see you guys in just 1 second. Alrighty, let's jump into another league here. Appreciate everybody hanging out that is hanging out. Feel free to hit that follow button if you have not already to be notified when I go live. And also feel free to check out my YouTube channel where I post full stream VODs as well as highlight videos, tutorials, things like that. I have a 6-hour primer on this deck, including the history of it, different iterations of the deck, and all of the weird cards in it. So if you'd like to know more about this deck, you can check that out. The link to my YouTube channel is in the info located below the stream. Alright, Affinity. Having a Path to Exile and a Walking Ballista both aren't too shabby. Gonna let the Memnite do his thing here. I will kill a Steel Overseer with Walking Ballista, I believe, though. Yeah, it seems good. I could alternatively wait, but I think this is the most value Walking Ballista is going to get. Next turn I'm going to play Kitchen Finks. The turn after that... Oh, that should have been a Godless Shrine. I just wasn't paying attention. So if we just path it here... 2/24/7. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it a lot. What happens if I path here? Next turn I Kitchen Finks or Walking Ballista. So what would we be keeping the Walking Ballista or what would we be keeping the Path to Exile for? Just a Master, which is not a super common card for the deck to even play. Alright, let's play Path to Exile. There's a slightly higher upside on Walking Ballista if I get to 4 mana. This is ramping my opponent and allowing them to cast the Master, but looks like they're not on a Master deck regardless here. Alright, let's just take an Overgrown Tomb and F6. This does give my opponent some information. Walking Ballista was also cheaper mono-wise. Alright, Arcbound Ravager. It's going to be hard to Ballista regardless, the Arcbound Ravager, but Kitchen Finks is actually good if my opponent's only cards out here are Ravager. So that's reasonable. Oh, double fast land. Draw, awkward. Kitchen Finks is really good against this board state. It's not typically that great against Affinity, other than its combo potential. But, yeah, it turns out it's really good here. As my opponent is flooded and thus unable to even attack us. If they attack with Arcbound Ravager, we're going to make them sacrifice 3 artifacts, which, hey, they might just have to do now. Sure. This would obviously be a situation where having a Path to Exile in my hand rather than a Walking Ballista could work out well for us. But yeah, if they just sacrifice all their cards, then like, okay, they draw a Cranial Plating, it's a +1/+1. Sure, yeah. If that's all that's happening, this is fine. We can now try to double block with 2 Kitchen Finks on the following turn. And we can do it again on the turn after that. No attacks. We are going to attempt to double block here. That's going to make my opponent put all of their eggs into the Ornithopter basket, at which point we will Court of Calling for Eternal Witness. What do they have here? 3 mana for an Etched Champion. Alright, well, Etched Champion is a pretty reasonable card, but they can't even do anything with that because they don't have Metalcraft. Yeah, this is funky. This is definitely funky. That's pretty crazy. If we play... Oh, wait. Walking Ballista for X=2 means that this is protection from all colors, not protection from everything. That does not have protection from a Walking Ballista. So if we play this, our opponent has to go all in on Champion in response, and then next turn... we'll Court of Calling for the Eternal Witness and bring back Path to Exile. But they have to sack Ravager in response here. Yeah, this looks good for us. My opponent now attacks me with Etched Champion, and I just block with Walking Ballista. My opponent can attack with their Ravager now, and... yeah, I get to block Walking Ballista on Etched Champion. At which point my opponent's going to sacrifice both of their artifacts to put them on Arcbound Ravager. Yeah, my opponent doesn't have any good plays here. They could sack both Ornithopter and Mox Opal. Which is just trading for a Kitchen Finks. Still getting pretty insane value. My opponent's Hellbent. So, yeah, the double block plus the Ballista block. So my opponent's just going to lose their Etched Champion here. They have to sacrifice Mox Opal and Ornithopter. At which point, if they do that, then Arcbound Ravager's their only creature, so they don't even have a card to put their counters onto. They are going to modular targeting Etched Champion. I'm going to kill Etched Champion in response. And now my opponent's got nothing but a Kitchen Finks and a Mox Opal. And we doing it. Oh god. Alright, we can just gain infinite life this turn if we really want to, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we're a little bit off. Alright, let's just play Spellskite and go get a Vizier. Just need to worry about our time on the clock here. Yeah, we don't even lose to... we're at 23 life points. Yeah, this game ain't going nowhere from us. Alright, that was pretty insane. Abrupt Decay, we definitely want. Path to Exile. I've yet to see that interaction. I forgot that Walking Ballista was going to be an artifact for us. my friend just sent me a ridiculous text message. Oh, man. It would be... it's one of those things that would just be impossible to explain. Urzov Pontiff is great. Fulminator Mage is typically pretty good, though we saw 0 manlands. I can move the finger-crossed emblem, but I'm going to keep it on the screen. Walremetije, thank you very much for the follow. I'll move it, Mox Opal, so that it's not as obtrusive. Alright, we don't want Scavenging Ooze. Voice of Resurgence isn't good enough. Fulminator Mage, Tidehollow Scholar, both sometimes good. Court of Calling winds up being a little bit slow, and we're not boarding anything like Kataki that's like an absolute bomb diggity. Generally trim on some Kitchen Finks. We're pretty likely to see Grafdigger's Cage against us, and Kitchen Finks typically isn't that good. Ooze gains life, but creatures don't really go to the graveyard. I don't think I want Tidehollow Scholar. I don't know. Tidehollow Scholar is pretty reasonable, but I could see not playing it. I think I cut my last Kitchen Finks. You sometimes want Selfless Spirit, too, against their Wrath effect. Selfless Spirit also is a flyer, so winds up being okay. If we board in Selfless Spirit, though, what do we have to board out? Probably a Vizier, but I like the Vizier combo against my opponent. I think I'm just going to not play Selfless Spirit. There is some awkwardness. We'll board it in if we see the card, the Whip Flare. Whip Flare is like one of the best cards against us, though, so maybe we should just play it. It does have flying, too. It's much better than Burrington Forged Ender. I think we've got to board out a Vizier at that point. Could board out a Duskwatch Recruiter, too, but we want some Grandy cards in the matchup. It'll block my opponent's time if I put it in the top right. Does this work for you? That way you get to see my time and cards in library. I try to do this. You just have to do this every single game on Magic Online. I really should just resize the emblem, but I'm also just lazy. Double Path to Exile is going to keep my opponent off of any completely busted draws, and we've got the time to cast a Collected Company then with this hand, so I'll keep it. We're not casting this Viscera Seer anytime soon, but should still probably be good enough. Springleaf Drum, Mox Opal, Memnite, Steel Overseer? No, nothing. Okay, Stony Silence is great. Can't wait to play a Stony Silence. I probably should have played Razorverge Thicket here. You know what? It won't matter, because I'm going to Stony Silence, and my opponent won't be able to activate their cards anyways, so yeah, they'll get to play a Steel Overseer here. They might even be able to play 2, but they're not going to have any mana, and this should end the game. My opponent needs to draw a multicolored land and a Wear Tear to be able to even play the game right now. Oh, I'm bad. Alright, I definitely should have kept open mana for Path to Exile turn 1. Quite unfortunate. My opponent Wear Tears my Stony Silence and now gets to untap with a Steel Overseer. Yeah, that was pretty dumb. I don't know what I was thinking there. Arcbound Ravager. You know what? At the very least here, we get to Path to Exile both of these creatures. As long as my opponent doesn't have another one. Looks like they do, though. Gonna play a Mox Opal and an Etched Champion. No, Cranial Plating. Alright, so we're fine. We're fine. Wait, and then a Signal Pest? Oh no, an Equip of Cranial Plating. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. So, pretty sure I'm going to just path both of my opponent's creatures right now. Denies them the mana from Springleaf Drum, but it gives them more mana. You know what this plays around, though? A Manland, which we couldn't respond to. So let's just path both of their creatures right now. So if they play a Manland, yeah, they're going to Activate Steel Overseer. They might even sacrifice it to Arcbound Ravager. Perfect. And let's just path this in case they draw a manland. Alright, now all we need to do is draw a black mana, and my opponent's Hellbent. So, we're pretty good. They get to grab a land here, so they'll grab a mountain or an island. Going for the mountain. Yeah, upkeep was slightly better, you're right. Especially with my opponent being Hellbent there. Yeah, there was no reason to main phase it, but not particularly punished. Upkeep was definitely stronger, Evil Panda. Or, yeah, I guess your name's Evil Panda regardless. It's still phonetically pronounced evil. What do we have here? Black mana for a Thoughtseize. We're going to get our Collected Company taken from us. It leaves us with 3 black cards that we are unable to cast, but still 3 pretty good cards in our hand. Vizier means that we are only 1 combo piece away from winning the game. Abrupt Decay deals with Cranioplating, and Orzhov Pontiff deals with a lot of the threats that my opponent could cast other than Arcbound Ravager. In conjunction with Vizier, Orzhov Pontiff is quite strong, so if we get to run Vizier out there first, that also seems pretty sweet. Another Abrupt Decay, maybe the worst draw in the deck. Very true. My opponent does have a basic mountain and a basic island that we saw from game 1. Alright, there's the Ink Moth. So my opponent now gets to start getting in. We can actually answer that, but it's a little bit awkward. Okay. Stony Silence or Path to Exile? I think Stony Silence here. We're going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, we might just need Path to Exile here. Putting Stony Silence into play buys us 3 more turns. Grabbing Path to Exile buys us until they draw another Ink Moth Nexus. Yeah, that's a good point too. Wear Tear could put us in an awkward spot. Alright, let's smack with Kitchen Finks and return Path to Exile to our hand. Both are awkward against a Thoughtseize, so that's a moot point. Do get to deal a little bit of damage to my opponent here as well, which is kind of cool. I've got them on a 3-turn clock at this point. Yeah, just in case my opponent has the other Wear Tear is a very, very good point. FC Lauret. Alright, my opponent played a Spire of Industry off the top. They're going to activate Ink Moth Nexus, attack us for, believe it was 7, could be 8. Yeah, 7 damages here. It's going to put us up to 7 Infect, but with this Path to Exile, should be somewhat irrelevant here. Verdant Catacombs seems like a great draw. Take them off Abrupt Decay, or take them off Cranioplating at this point. Okay, black mana was all my opponent needed to see. We had a lot of options there. My opponent knew we had Orzhov Pontiff, Vizier, and Abrupt Decay. That was all they needed to see to do it in. Sounds sweet to me. That makes us 1-0 in the second league here, and 4-2 overall. Yeah, I should play a little bit faster. Magic Online, the interface is a little bit complicated, and I do try to explain all of my thought processes and all of my plays and stuff like that, but yeah, I appreciate that comment as well, FC Lauret, that I do just want to play faster. Have the comments still been showing up on the screen? Not sure if we lost those at some point. Alright, looks like they are. Send a text message real quick. Oh my god. That's even funnier. Oh, this stayed the same. Okay, cool. We won the die roll. We're going to keep this hand. This hand is a Court of Calling short of just being fantastic. Test 2, Test 3, Goblin Guide. Let's take it. No, Lightning Bolt on the Birds of Paradise. I will take that as well. That is a decent Lightning Bolt. Clear the way for my Devoted Druid. Yeah, let's just play Gavany Township Devoted Druid here. If we draw a Collected Company, we also probably win. Hopefully no Searing Blood here or Searing Blaze. Eidolon would be fine. Alright, Searing Blaze. That's fine. We get to Eternal Witness it back, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Let's just crack Verdant Catacomb for a basic. It's actually kind of reasonable against Burn to have a game like this. We don't have to worry about the time on our clock against Burn as well. The matchup sometimes goes long, but... So they could Lightning Bolt my face to blow out this block here, but at that point we're trading Lightning Bolt for Eternal Witness. So if my opponent Lightning Bolts me, yeah, we have effectively traded Lightning Bolt for Eternal Witness. Grim Lava Man, now that's a good one. Do I just go on the Eternal Witness game plan against Lava Man? I think I might. So the plan here is to just start Eternal Witnessing back Eternal Witnesses. And we can definitely grind out a Lava Man for sure. It's going to be hard to activate a Devoted Druid against this, but... Other stuff seems good, and then if we draw a Scavenging Ooze at any point, or a way to get a Scavenging Ooze, that seems good. Eidolon is bad news for us, though. Eidolon means that... Alright, Coco is exactly the draw that we wanted. Our opponent is end of turn going to kill Eternal Witness. We're representing Collected Company pretty hard here. I guess I could have attacked with Eternal Witness. Oh, they're going to Eternal Witness us. Or Grim Lava Man us. Well, I definitely should have attacked them. Yeah, Coco's best draw in the deck. We don't take damage off of Eidolon from it. Oh, I should have main phased this. I don't know what I'm thinking. I should have played around Skullcrack. Yeah, if my opponent Skullcracks us here, this will be a little bit annoying. We have no, whatchamacallits in the deck. Yeah, that was dumb. Alrighty. Yeah, that was silly. My fault, my fault. Alright, I'm just going to Eternal Witness back a Collected Company again. I was thinking about playing Devoted Druid. Our life total's a little bit low here. We could die to Boros Charm Lightning Bolt because of my misplay. I think we probably will. Yeah, I think we're going to get shocked end of turn. Yeah, and then my opponent just has to cast Boros Charm Lightning Bolt. Yeah, I fucked that up. If we had 2 more life points... Actually, 2 more life points wouldn't have been enough. My opponent could have just acted Lava Man again. Now all they need is another lightning bolt to kill us. Yeah, that's what they're gonna do. So if I had 2 more life points, it actually definitely mattered here. Alright, my fault, dudes. That's unfortunate. I got a little bit greedy. Or a little bit cocky. Wait. Okay, I'm just an idiot. I'm just an idiot. Alright, I'm skipping this song. I'm blaming it on that song. Peter, Paul, and Mary, get the hell out of here. This is the song that calms me. This is a song that we need to win this game. All those other songs were just messing with my brain. Here we go, here we go. This is the song right now. Oh, God. Yeah, I could have done a lot of shit that game. Bring in Mage. What's Mage? Fulminator Mage? No. My opponent's only on 2 color burn. I know you can get him sometimes, but... Oh, Sage. Oh, yeah. Could have done that. That's hit or miss. Playing a Spellskite into a Rift Bolt. They have to get 2 for 1 tier, though. They're targeting me. I'm going to let them target me. We only gain 1 life by redirecting it to Spellskite. Then they could just have like a Searing Blaze. It could have just been exactly what they wanted to happen there. Let's run out the Finks. Alright, gonna get Skull Cracked here. Yep. Yeah, that 2 damage from... That 2 life from Kitchen Finks would have won me the last game, unfortunately, but... Nothing we can really do about it now. Lava Spike down to 10. Could just be getting burned out by things we can't redirect at this point. Could play Duskwatch and Vizier. We're going to swing. That would let us activate Duskwatch, try to find Viscera Seer, and have Spellskite back up. Having Vizier in play does seem like it might just be good, too. At the same time, that means we've got to crack Windswept Heath, which is a little bit scary. What happens if we play the Bird this turn, if we go Bird Vizier? Next turn, we've got 5 mana only. Yeah, let's go to 9. Try to find something reasonable. Boros Charm down to 5, and then all my opponent has to do is cast 2 spells. Alright, I think we're dead. That's unfortunate. We win a lot of game 1s against Burn. This is Eidolon, we might have it. Oh, we can't redirect this. Oh, I think we're just dead here, actually. I think my opponent's just going to do that and then do that again. Yep. I'll redirect to spell skite and kill myself. Sounds good. Yeah, some interesting basic land choices from my opponent there. Yeah, that was unfortunate. I think this burn matchup is generally pretty good, but not if you play like a total shitlord. I'm going to have to go back and rewatch that game. I blame Peter, Paul, and Mary because that song was mind flooding me hard. And I just couldn't concentrate. Alright, I'm just a bad Magic player. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? There was only like one conceivable line that lost that game, and I happened to take it, but who knows? I think ley lines are pretty bad. I don't know what ley line you're talking about, but I think all those matchups are fine. There's just better cards for those matchups, too, that are just more specific. The Ad Nauseam matchup, there's just better cards that you can play, I think. But, like... yeah, no, I figured out you meant Sanctity after you named the matchups, but I just don't think Leyline of Sanctity is a good card. Sweet City Woman. Gonna have to mulligan this, try to find some green mana. Sand has some green mana, but at a cost. We'll still keep it. Coco sounds good. My win record against Burn is actually pretty high if I just play better. Valakut can be a tough matchup, but you're really just trying to combo them as quickly as you can now, while also playing around Anger of the Gods. And Aven Mind Sensor stops a lot against their deck as well. And then against the third Ad Nauseam deck, you're just trying to put an Eidolon into play and protect it, and if you do that, you can't lose. I don't know, I think it's a pretty terrible card, but that's just me. If I was going to play Leyline of Sanctity, I would just play, like, God Hope, whatever. It's like a 2-mana Aegis of the Gods, I think it's called. If I was going to play Leyline of Sanctity, I would just play Aegis of the Gods, and Aegis of the Gods is not a good card, so Leyline of Sanctity is not a good card. They're both enchantments. One's a creature that dies to Lightning Bolt as well, but... I'm just going to play Duskwatch. It really doesn't see that much play. Leyline is a good card in decks that don't want to cast cards. Like in Boggles, Leyline's an insane card. But I wouldn't really... I don't know. I also just don't love Leylines. Like, am I going to put 4 Leylines into there? You want me to put 4 Leylines in my sideboard? It's a fine card. It is a modern, playable card. I will give you that, but... I think you probably already left with that good luck, sir, but... I kind of want to sack Vizier and try to scry into a land. I'm going to wait one more turn before I do that, though. Unlucky. Now I'm not going to block with Vizier, so let's just smack for 1. I go down to 8 here. Yeah, we drew a land, but... it was an awkward one. I'm not sure I would have bottomed this one either. What are they going to do? Make us discard a card? Sure. This plays around Inquisition. And Collected Company is a better card than Court of Calling here, probably. Alrighty, we've got a Devoted Druid. I'll see how long we can wait to use it. Oh, Scry. My fault, my fault. Oh, well, now I'm letting them have Cryptic Command mana. Looking for 2 Kitchen Finks here, and for this spell not to get countered by a Stubborn Denial. Yep. Alright, we go down to 2. And then we go down to 1, and we lose. No, they're going to let us untap. Alright. Alright, let's go for another one here. Another Stubborn Denial. Probably, right? Snapcaster Stubborn. Alright, that'll do it. Yeah, Gutshot would have killed us there too, for sure. Alright. Voice of Resurgence is good. Spellskite, like I always say, I go back and forth on. Probably going to go back on it for the time being. Sin Collector is good. Path to Exiles are good. Abrupt Decays are kind of wonky. I think I'm going to lean against those. Definitely like Scavenging Ooze, though. And then Selfless Spirit in case they've got Wrath effects. And then we board out some combo pieces in Birds of Paradise. Don't really think I need anything else. And I think we don't want those two. We want to lean hard on the Kitchen Finks plan. Kitchen Finks is pretty decent against Grixis. Rhetoric is fine, and you can play... I think Rhetoric is fine to play main deck because it's good against Snapcaster Mages. And when Snapcaster Mage and Storm are big in the meta, I have played an Eidolon main deck before. I don't think you need to board it in, though. I think all of the other cards are just better. It is a 1/4, so it dodges Lightning Bolt, but all of the other cards in the deck I think just represent a little bit more value. It's really close, though, and you could just cut like a Vizier for it. But it's really only in there to stop Scavenging or Snapcaster Mage. So I don't think it's super necessary. I like Cord. The deck's a little bit aggressive. They were aggressive that game, but they're not always super aggressive. Sand could be awkward. Our opponent has kept 7. I think we have to keep this hand, but we're probably going to lose because of it. We want to keep a land on top. Alright, there we go. That's a good land to keep on top, too. Helps fix our mana. Doesn't cost us any life points. The one thing that this hand does have going for it is it's got the Cord if our mana dude doesn't die and we can hit another land. Though my opponent played 2 for Watery Grave, so something's happening here. Thoughtseize. Are they going to take our Cord, or are they going to take one of our castable creatures, like Duskwatch Recruiter? Scavenging is also just really good, depending on what's in my opponent's hand. If they take Scavenging Ooze, it's very telling. It means they don't have a Fatal Push. Okay. Need somebody to lean on. It is a Death Shadow deck, so I don't actually have to attack for 1 there. Maybe that attack for 1 was a little bit greedy. Yeah, I should have recognized it's a death... Actually, Street Wraith doesn't necessarily mean Death Shadow. It could just be because it's good with Culligan's Command. But my opponent probably plays a pair of 3/3s here. Nope, that's not one. Land is super good here off the top, allowing us to cast a Collected Company. My opponent could Solemgar Scorn it. Alright, there's a 3/3 for them. Alright, land is great. We kind of show our hand a little bit here by playing that. let's just collect the company while my opponent's tapped out. Grabbing a Noble Hierarch. And putting both, or two of our Path to Exiles on the bottom of the deck. I can smack my opponent for 4. That gives them a 7/7. It means that they're dead in 2 more hits. I think we've got other ways to win this game. Let's not give my opponent a 7/7 just yet. That would only give us 3 turns, whereas right now we've got a 7-turn clock. Could theoretically even just kill us next turn if they went Fetch Land, Shockland, Timber, Battle Rage. Though the Grixis version of the deck rarely plays Temur Battle Mage. I'm not sure if I've ever seen one in Grixis. Grixis is more about that grind plan. It's a lot of blue mana and not a lot of red mana. Liliana killing Vizier. No killing Noble Hierarch. Okay, so that way I can't activate Duskwatch Recruiter unless I draw a land, which I do. Makes Death Shadow a 4/4. They're just protecting Liliana the Last Hope here. Liliana's definitely a card that I wish I had the... whatchamacallit for. Abrupt Decays. That seems like a pretty reasonable game plan for my opponent. They are down to 7, so there's a chance we can squeak in a random one. We're just going to want to hit as many Kitchen Finks as we possibly can. Something's happening here. They're paying cost. Lightning Bolt on Duskwatch. Alright, let's take a look. It's in a book. Kitchen Finks, please. Also have the option to Eternal Witness back a Scavenging Ooze. It seems pretty good. It's going to be a little bit slow because my opponent is going to Liliana my Noble Hierarch. Could also just Eternal Witness back the Duskwatch. If I draw a land, we're definitely just going to Eternal Witness back Scavenging Ooze. Means that we're tapped out. But we can definitely win from there. My opponent with a 6/6. And what else here? 3 mana, 4. Igor Mag Angler. Alright, well now Scavenging Ooze is less good. But it's not like Kitchen Finks would be great because my opponent can just Liliana my Vizier. Alright, well that's definitely going to be the play instead. Let's cast it while they're tapped out again. That lets them activate Liliana. I'm not sure. There's arguments to do it and not do it like this. Just get back Collect the Company here, I think. So Selfless Spirit pressures Liliana, but both of these guys are pressuring us. Something fierce. I guess Liliana's just going to kill Selfless Spirit here, though. Yeah, Liliana is such a hard card to deal with for this deck. All of my creatures are 2/1s. Liliana makes them into 0/0s. I swear. I just gotta resize this logo here. Because Magic Online loves changing the size of this box for me. And I can, if I just measure the dimensions of this, I can just make it the same size. Alright. I might just be killing us here, too. If they just attack, like, I don't have any good blocks. So I don't really know what we're doing. My opponent said well in chat. I don't know what that was referring to. I forgot we had a company that whiffed this game, right? A company that got us Noble Hierarch and put all of our paths on the bottom of the deck. That was a pretty unlucky one. And those happen every once in a while. Especially when you board in non-creatures and board out creatures. Another reason not to play Leyline of Sanctity in this deck. I've never seen anybody play Leyline in this deck. I think it's good in Boggles, Affinity, maybe. A lot of decks also have ways around Leyline, too. Burn just creatures you out and then points the burn spells towards your creatures. Right, they're going to discard Anger so that they can take our Coco. I mean, this probably wins them the game. We just don't have enough time to not lose the game here. We don't have any Abrupt Decays to kill Liliana with. Take it, go down to 2. We could hit another Coco here, but I gave my opponent the GG in chat. The Selfless Spirit isn't doing shit either. I mean, it was protecting us against an Anger of the Gods that my opponent decided that they were nowhere close to casting. Yeah. I guess my opponent doesn't have a Lightning Bolt here. They could have Collective Brutality'd us post-combat to give us the -2/-2. They're still sitting on another card in hand. So, I don't know. I mean, their Collective Brutality was good enough. But the other thing is, like, the card in their hand they felt was worth more than a Drain 2. I guess they would have had to Drain 2 post-combat because gaining 2 life negates itself off Death Shadow. That's an interesting interaction. I'm going to mix up the music here a little bit. Can this do anything? Selfless Spirit has to attack and Scavenging Ooze has to chump block. Put my opponent down to 5. Scavenging Ooze actually isn't going to chump block. It's going to actually block. But I just don't have enough life points here. I'm going to block Death Shadow. I'm going to go up to 4. Yeah. It's a close game. If I had a few more life points here, we'd be doing it. My opponent takes up Liliana, kills Selfless Spirit. Oh no, they don't. Yeah, that's all they have to do here. If I had 2 more life points, we'd be in a sweet spot, but for right now, this is all we can do. We exile both of our Noble Hierarchs. And then we sack Selfless Spirit because it dies to Liliana anyways. And then we take 5 and lose to Gurmag Angler. That's true. That's true. Eternal Witness back. And then we just block. No, it still would have worked because we could have just not attacked with the Selfless Spirit if we wanted to make a block on each of their creatures. I don't really think there were too many scenarios that won us that game, but it was potentially worth trying to just stay alive for another second there. Yeah, you're right. We did have a way to survive another turn. Did we have a way to win that game? If we next turn go Collected Company into like Kitchen Finks, and then draw Gavany Township, yeah, maybe. So if we sacrifice Selfless Spirit, depending on how my opponent does it, what my opponent should do there is activate their Liliana to minus the Eternal Witness. So we can sack Selfless Spirit and block with it and Scavenging Ooze. That leaves us with just Scavenging Ooze when we untap. We get to untap with Scavenging Ooze, no cards in hand, 1 card off the top of the deck. Yeah, Selfless Spirit to block and sack would have been the only play, probably. Alright, let's just try to do this. Let's just try to get a free one, eh? Alright, opponent on Goblin Guide. No, Lava Man. Alright, well, I guess we're path to exiling a Lava Man here. We get grindy with an Eternal Witness. That plane seems like a pretty clear sign, eh? Path that Lava Man. My opponent unlikely to have too many other creatures. Maybe they have an Eidolon. We can let them untap with Lava Man. We could, like, path it on their draw step, too. Which makes me feel slightly better about the whole thing. Alright, we'll go for this. Lava Man's one of the more annoying cards in their deck. We can probably outgrind anything else. Playing against the infamous Night Blue here. Not infamous, just the Night Blue. That's interesting. Do I just go for a really slow game and Eternal Witness back the Path to Exile? I think probably, but at the same time, I don't think I hate also just running out the Devoted Druid here. I think we're going to wind up Eternal Witnessing the Path to Exile, but we can do both of them. Alright, my opponent did hit a third land here, finally. They didn't actually have a second land last turn. Oh, wait. No, that's not true. My opponent failed to find the basic land. Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay. They're going to kill Devoted Druid here. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. My opponent failed to find on the basic. Alright, lands are good here still, especially Razor Verge Thicket or Forest. Could actually just play Kitchen Finks now while my opponent is tapped out. That seems perfectly acceptable. We're not going to get its skull cracked. Sounds good. Alright, they Lightning Bolt me. We go back up to 15. This Kitchen Finks is going to do some work, though. It's also going to allow us to start attacking my opponent. Yeah, they just failed to find. They had both of their basic mountains in hand. That's pretty sweet. Alright, they're going to Searing Blaze. We're going to persist. Are they going to Skullcrack? No. We go back up to 14. Sounds good. Ooh, we can Ballista them now. I mean, we could almost just Eternal Witness this Kitchen Finks here, right? Because we're going to start by swinging for 2. Alright, they're going to take the damage here. So we can Eternal Witness Path to Exile. We can Eternal Witness Land. Just walking Ballista this right now. Honestly, that seems kind of okay, too. If we Eternal Witness the land, it lets us Walking Ballista for X equals 2. So that's a consideration. I kind of like just grabbing this land. Alright, I'm gonna grab a land here. Kind of a funky play, but I think this winds up working out for us. Gotta worry about being too greedy again, except this time my opponent's only got 2 cards in hand. I'm just gonna grab a land here to F6. My opponent will know that we're tapped out, but it's not likely to have too big of an impact. Alright, Lava Man, my face. Then they get to untap, crack, fetch land, Searing Blaze, Lava Man again. Two cards in hand. We could die here. Maybe I am being a little bit more risky than I need to be. They're going to Searing Blaze. No, they're going to Boros Charm us down to 7. Lava Man us down to 5. Alright, we're at 5. My opponent's got 1 card in hand, 1 card on top of the deck. Yeah, we could actually definitely lose here. Alright, let's hope it doesn't happen. Guess I just needed to keep open company there again. Or just... There wasn't a way to, like, more quickly path my opponent's dude, though. Alright, that's pretty good. Gives us Path to Exile, and... Is this lethal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... 9, 10. Not quite. Have lethal next turn regardless. My Finks has already persisted. I could activate Gavany Township and then double ping my Finks. Yeah. Don't like that play as much, though. We can do it here with our active mana. My opponent's got 2 cards in hand, but they didn't kill us. Makes me feel like I want to upkeep Coco. But see if they go for a Skull Crack at the end of turn here. They still have to cast 2 spells to kill us. What if we just Gavany right now on upkeep? Is that too crazy? We have to Gavany at some point if we want to win, because we're only swinging for 5 next turn. This gives us the opportunity to do the Kitchen Finks play if we really need to put us back up to 7. But if I'm going to do that, maybe I should have just done that. Alright, Goblin Guide's not a huge deal. I'm going to take it out with Walking Ballista after we see what I'm going to get. Alright, Goblin Guide reveals a Devoted Druid. So Cocoing would have been good. So if my opponent didn't have us before, they probably don't have us now, right? I think I just Gavany and crash. I have no idea what they have, but they didn't kill us last turn when we were tapped out. Alright, let's just go for it, see what happens. I have no idea what they have other than just more lands. Okay. There's no way they'd slow roll it there. We tapped out like multiple times. I was getting worried though, yeah. I was like, what could they possibly have? They had to just be sitting on nothing at that point, so just safer to go for it. Alright, Reclamation Sage, that's the big question mark. Scavenging Ooze and all this other shit we definitely want. Selfless Spirit is somewhat reasonable, but it's the last card we bring in. Trim on Birds of Paradise, trim on grindy cards and expensive cards like Court of Calling. Or not grindy cards, trim on combo cards. How'd I get everything in this time? I don't know, but it worked. Let's do it. Yeah, but that was game 1. I mean, it's not totally reasonable, but it was game 1. I do know players that play Path and Burn for game 1s. I do think it's wrong, though. Got the Reclamation Sage for the Eidolon. Gonna get Goblin Guided here. No, Lava Man. Alright, this guy's all in on the Lava Man. Oh yeah, that was game 1. What are we listening to? Some random-ass music video? Sure. Alright, the Lava Man is alive and well, but Scavenging Ooze can kind of battle with Lava Man after a point here. Either by exiling cards from my opponent's graveyard. I hope they just play an Eidolon and I get to Rec Sage it. Best hate card against this deck is Grafdigger's Cage, for sure. Alright, Noble Hierarch goes down. Probably don't want to play a Scavenging Ooze here. We definitely could, though. Playing a Scavenging Ooze means that we are just planning on Eternal Witnessing it back next turn. Oh yeah, Pithing Needle's not even that good. 2 cages. Needle's not even that good. There's so many cards in the deck that you'd have to name that Needle's actually pretty awkward. And Needle doesn't shut down Collected Company or Court of Calling. The reason Cage is so good is it not only stops my combo, but it stops me from finding cards to answer your hate card. Like, you play Pithing Needle, and I just go, alright, Collected Company, look for Reclamation Sage, or look for Eternal Witness to buy back an Abrupt Decay. I think I am going to play Scavenging Ooze here. We've got enough cards that we're going to be tapping out all these next turns, and at the very least, if this card makes my opponent have to... The one downside of it is that it means we might have to paint ourselves with Temple Garden. No problem, man. Anytime, free to answer any questions about this deck. Yeah, pretty sure we're just going to grab a basic Forest here and play Scavenging Ooze now that we've committed to this. Oh, I guess we do have the Sin Collectors and stuff. Alright, let's grab a Swamp then. With or without you. We will be playing Temple Garden over Horizon Canopy next turn. So, Goblin Guide. That doesn't leave my opponent with the mana to activate Lava Man. Alright, give us a land off Goblin Guide here, friend. Path to Exile. That's a pretty good one. It is going to mean we take some damage. So Scavenging Ooze can soak up 2 points of damage right now. But I just don't want to spend the mana to have to recast him. If we trade, we get to replay Eternal Witness. But if my turn 3 isn't Eternal Witness, it's Eat Noble Hierarch and cast Path to Exile on Lava Man. My opponent also just doesn't have the fuel for Lava Man right now. I'm going to take it. Especially because if my opponent had fuel for Lava Man, they would have used it. I'm pretty sure. I don't think they're going to play a fetch land main phase 2. If they do, then they got me. But that seems crazy to me. I'm pretty sure they're just passing the turn here. Alright, they're going to play a post-combat Swifty. Sounds good. So let's go Temple Garden. Path this. Yeah, if he goes fetch Ooze, kill my guy, but why in the world would he go fetch Ooze, kill my guy, right? Like, why would my opponent wait to main phase 2 to kill my Ooze when they could have just done it pre-combat? No attacks. Opponent on 3 cards in hand. I'm at 17. We get to Eternal Witness back Path to Exile next turn. We might take a little bit of damage here, though. Eidolon? Eidolon would be good. No, not an Eidolon, a 3-mana card. A Lava Man floating 2 mana. Yeah, for Eidolon. There we go. Alright, well, we play Reclamation Sage here, which is going to be pretty reasonable. We get to go Reclamation Sage and then eat Eidolon, which doesn't gain us a life, but doesn't cost us a life, and keeps Lava Man at bay. We do take 2 damage into the Eidolon. That's just the nature of playing against Burn. Horizon Canopy definitely coming at a cost this game. Yeah, I agree. I mean, Goblin Guide trading for Scavenging Ooze seems like a good play from my opponent's side. Again, yeah, we don't gain any life here, but we stay at 11. And now we've got a 4/4 Scavenging Ooze. And my opponent is off of Lava Man. And we've got a decent amount of blockers here, too. Alright, well, these blocks seem pretty straightforward. Kitchen Finks off the top seems pretty good, too. We're going to block here on the Goblin Guide. We're going to block here on the Swift Spear. Opponent would have to cast 3 spells now to punish me, or just a Lightning Bolt, I suppose. Boros Charm making their permanents indestructible. Sure thing, and then they're going to Lava Man my Scavenging Ooze. Okay, that's a pretty sick play. I've never seen this mode on Boros Charm get used, I have to admit. That is a pretty sweet play from my opponent. So Scavenging Ooze goes down. Stop on my turn. On my own upkeep, I'm going to cast Collected Company here. This is because we know we have a Kitchen Finks on top, and this allows me to potentially hit multiple Kitchen Finks. Kitchen Finks Spellskite seems reasonable. Let's take off my upkeep stop, draw a Noble Hierarch for the turn, and pass. It's a play I haven't been able to do that often online because you have to click the upkeep thing. Play comes up a little bit more often in Paper once you've either scryed with Vizier or have had cards revealed with Goblin Guide or not really Mishra's Bauble. Alright, Rift Bolt has entered the Exile Zone. Whoo! That's a big ballista. I could just Ballista the Lava Man, play Devoted Druid. I want to get Devoted Druid in play. Yeah, Death and Taxes. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I just want to Ballista this Lava Man. I don't know. My opponent has shown a propensity to play a lot of Lava Mans in their deck, too. Can always get it back with Eternal Witness, but I really think I want to Eternal Witness this Scavenging Ooze and start eating away again. The Lava Man's going to be in the graveyard. The Ballista's going to be in the graveyard. Yeah, that seems good to me. I'm going to take a little bit of damage doing this play because my opponent's going to have good attacks on their next turn. I am probably going to, I think my opponent's going to Rift Bolt the Devoted Druid and make me redirect to Spellskite. Well, I could also go Hierarch plus Ballista. Nah. Maybe that's better. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. No. I'm going to play Devoted Druid. Higher upside. Take a point of damage here. But now I can Eternal Witness, Scavenging Ooze. Like with the other play, I don't even have enough mana that I even gain life off the Scavenging Ooze. Because I gain a life and lose that same life from Horizon Canopy. Alright, here's the Suspend. Looks like Rift Bolt is going to my face. Is that correct? Alright, well, Kitchen Finks gets to block Swift Spear regardless. Yeah, let's go to 8. My opponent's got 2 cards in hand. Die to Boros Charm, Boros Charm. Goblin Guide's fine-ish. Very sweet play from my opponent to Boros Charm for the indestructibility. You never see that. Alright, no attacks from my opponent. Gotta like that. Forest. Basic Forest is what we want for the draw. Alright. It's not a basic Forest. I can play a Scavenging Ooze. I can activate it once. That's still good enough. We don't gain any life points from this. But we start to get... We get to start gaining life points next turn. Yeah, there's some cards that we can't redirect here. I'm going to eat right now. I think. We've got a lot of blockers here. Yeah, I'm going to eat right now. It means that Devoted Druid is now not a chump blocker, which I kind of like to have him as. But it means my opponent has to Skullcrack right now. Alright, we're up to 8. So we only die to double Boros Charm. My opponent doesn't have it. Or they would have cast one right then and there. We also die to 3 spells. If my opponent just has Lightning Bolt, Lightning Bolt, Lightning Bolt, we also die. Those need to all be Lava Spikes, though, and not actual Lightning Bolts. Looks like Lava Spike plus Combat? No, it looks like Lava Spike pass. Alright, how many creatures do I have in my graveyard? 2. So that means we're at an effective 7 here. I can also kill my own Devoted Druid. I can now kill my entire team, which is pretty good. I do need to start trying to kill my opponent. Not sure how we want to go about that. Let's play Noble Hierarch. Let's play Vizier. Now I have 3 more life points that I'm representing here. I'm going to go ahead and just snap off these ones right now. And I think we're going to attack with Scavenging Ooze because it's just the quickest clock. So I can swing for 6 here. And I can swing for as much as 8. Would put my opponent on a 2-turn clock. I don't think I'm going to draw a card here at all. I think I'm going to use this Temple Garden. I think 6 is enough. Let's just keep it like this. Maybe I will draw a card now. But this is still the play we want to make, I'm pretty sure. Daniel95555, thank you very much for the follow, and that'll win us the match. Scavenging Ooze gets there. That makes us a total of, I want to say, 5-3 on the day. I believe we're 2-2 in this league, and 3-2 in the previous league. $5-4? Is that our record? 5-4 doesn't seem good at all. Yeah, I guess that's our record. Oh well. Yeah, we've only won 1 more time than we've lost today. That's not great. But some of that has been me, some of that's been the deck, some of that's been Magic Online. We did have a timeout on the final round of our first league that I do think I would have won. Excuse me. Do think I would have won had I been Zafir Killer. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it a lot. Feel free to hit that follow button, guys, if you haven't already. Mostly play Magic the Gathering and Modern. Tucker Cologne, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Appreciate it a lot. Mostly play Modern, Magic the Gathering, and Eternal card game, which is LSV and Pat Chapin's game. Lost the die roll here. We have a Birds of Paradise and a pretty clunky hand. Our opponents kept 7. We're on the draw. Double Coco. I'm going to mulligan. Same we get to scry with. We also get to scry with Vizier, which I'm just going to use Vizier as a scry. The thing is, I think I would keep this as a 5-card hand. There's a lot of cards we can draw that win us the game. We do need to draw both a white mana. Dronia, thank you very much for the follow. The reason for the Blooming Marsh is because I just wanted to take slightly less damage against burn, so I cut an Overgrown Tomb for a Blooming Marsh. Let's keep this. Let's go bottom. That could have actually been decent too, but I'm going to sacrifice Vizier here and make some weird plays here. Yeah, I've been playing Abzan creature-based combo decks since Modern has been a format. I was playing Malirapod back when that was a deck, and other decks before that. Yeah, we were kind of just hoping to play against something like Tron or something this game, which I guess in that point, Path to Exile's a dead card. Still feels somewhat decent about our odds here. So the idea was, before I was playing two Godless Shrines, 2 Overgrown Tombs. So I cut an Overgrown Tomb for a Blooming Marsh because we don't need the black as much. So you don't really need to be tutoring a second one. Vizier is my only black card in the main deck. Alright, I'm going to sacrifice here, scry 1. We're going all in. We're hoping my opponent has nothing. Yeah, that was a bad card anyways. We already have enough Eternal Witnesses. Let's see. Let's get rewarded. One time. All right. Yeah, so with this card right here, Devoted Druid, you can untap it for free with a Vizier of Remedies in play. Yeah, there's like 0% chance we have to win this game now. You can untap Devoted Druid without putting a -1/-1 counter on it. Then you have infinite mana. Use that mana to activate Duskwatch Recruiter infinite times. Let's make my opponent, like, kill us so that we get to see some more cards in their deck. If you're interested, I have... Yeah, I was playing one of Anafenza yesterday. Cut it back from the deck again. Alright, my opponent knows we're going to be playing Kitchen Finks, so I don't mind showing them that. Yeah, the infinite bolster is really tough to execute, but having infinite something is still pretty good. Blade Splicer. Okay, I guess we're just looking at a Restoration Angel deck then. It's going to mean that we're going to want Path to Exile. I've seen enough. My opponent doesn't have to show me anything else. Let's begin sideboarding. We could want the Abrupt Decays. I know we're going to want the Path to Exiles. And I'm pretty sure we're going to want the Selfless Spirits. My opponent's going to have more than a few creatures in their deck. But these still seem reasonable. I don't think we really want these. I think we want this. Probably want Fulminator Mage because they're a 3-color deck with Celestial Colonnade. Want Sin Collector. Want Scavenging Ooze. And then I'm going to trim on a bunch of 1 Birds of Paradise and take out a bunch of these guys. Probably even board out another and board in... That's probably it, actually. Kind of want a second Devoted Druid. I don't know where I can fit it. Is the Ballista going to be that good? Yeah, that's an interesting thing to get like your Vizier surgicaled. Can be a little bit awkward, but you could play an Anafenza for that same thing. But yeah, just a combo that doesn't use the graveyard is always kind of cool. Okay, yeah, familiar with the deck. I agree that it feels like my opponent is probably running Geist of Saint Traft. At which point, like, Kitchen Finks is like our best card. I think this is really as much as we can do here. Cut the Ballista, go all in on Path to Exiles. We could only play 2 paths and then still play the Ballista. Alright, I'm going to keep land heavy hand, but still somewhat decent against a combo deck. Definitely a little bit awkward here, though. Need to have our company resolve. Scavenging Ooze into a board that doesn't currently have anything on it. That's awkward, but I kind of want to cast my cards here. This way, if my opponent plays like a Lightning Bolt or something on it. Jeskai Saheeli. Yeah, that's not unreasonable. Because you can Saheeli your Blade Splicers. Okay. That would be an interesting deck. I think you might actually be right that my opponent is potentially playing Felidar Guardian over Restoration Angel in their deck. Alright, we get to main phase a Coco here. I'm going to go for that while my opponent's tapped out. They can have Anger on their next turn, but they can't have Wrath of God. And look at that, we found Selfless Spirit anyways. So that is not an issue. Selfless Spirit protecting against both of those cards. Yeah, Jeskai Saheeli can just be a Jeskai deck that just plays like a Jeskai deck and just has a combo in it. It's not unreasonable to think that that might be the case here. Alright, let's see what happens when we enter combat here. What do you have to say, opponent? Lightning Bolt on Selfless Spirit? I'm gonna go for it. I think my opponent's just going to Lightning Helix this end of turn, and then untap and do something else. I kind of want to keep open more green mana, to be honest, rather than just one green mana here. Is it Staticaster? Okay. That's a good one. Okay. Could see a Wrath effect from my opponent now. We're just going to see a Lightning Helix on Scavenging Ooze. Alright, that's not the worst thing in the world. Let's go ahead and eat Serum Visions. This is the worst thing in the world, though. Let's just go ahead and eat this in response. And then we're going to have to let that resolve. My opponent can now Staticaster Birds of Paradise, probably. Alright, end of turn, let's go grab an Overgrown Tomb. Rest in Peace is reasonable against the deck, but it's not really a huge deal. Sure, opponent just doesn't want me to have a Kitchen Finks. That's fine. We do have Spellskite in the deck, right? Yes, we do. Okay. We do have to be careful. This feels like a game one, but we actually just lost game one super quickly. We can Eternal Witness back Scavenging Ooze and have a green mana open for it, so that we can exile these Lightning Bolts. That seems pretty good while my opponent's tapped out here. Yeah. Could have also kept the Eternal Witness just for this Collected Company and just run out the Collected Company. Do have to be careful because that doesn't really put us in that great of a position. Actually, we just ran out double Eternal Witness into Staticaster, so that's kind of awkward too. But we're just trading our Eternal Witness into a Scavenging Ooze here. This is Jeskai control, not blue-white control, but this list generally plays more Snapcaster Mages than a blue-white control deck will. Alright, so now we get to start growing our Scavenging Ooze, at the very least. There's now 4 creatures in the bin. Lightning Helix again. Blarg. Alright, let's just keep all those creatures in the graveyard then. So now we're going to go for Collected Company, try to hit another Scavenging Ooze. And then this Scavenging Ooze will be protected against Lightning Bolts. But not really even, because they can just go Staticaster Lightning Bolt it. Alright, let's see what we hit. Hopefully no Birds of Paradise. Alright, well, some Birds of Paradise would be fine now. We're going to use this Godless Shrine to cast this Path to Exile, I think. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we want to keep open as much green mana as possible in case we hit a Scavenging Ooze. Devoted Druid, Voice of Resurgence. What's interesting here now is we don't really even have to use this Path to Exile just this second. We're probably going to wind up doing so. But I'm not in a rush to do it. Probably do it on our next turn regardless. Alright, another Lightning Bolt. Staticaster and Birds of Paradise. We do lose our Birds of Paradise by waiting a turn cycle here, but gives my opponent 1 less mana to work with. We can now like path something like the Blade Splicer if we wanted to. Alright, I don't want to. It was a mistake. Yeah, that was probably just a mistake. Should have just taken them off of it anyways. Alright, Collected Companies, Scavenging Oozes, all good draws. That's a Collected Companies. Let's cast it. Duskwatch Recruiter, Duskwatch Recruiter. Alright, my opponent's going to need to find a Supreme Verdict now. But if they don't, we get a bunch of Duskwatchers. Lava Man, alright, that's going to start pressuring our Duskwatchers. And actually wish I had a Path to Exile for that Grim Lavamancer. That's pretty annoying. Alright, 1-2 Duskwatch into Eternal Witness for Path to Exile here. Do you have to slightly worry about Restoration Angel? Alright, they're just going to main phase a Restoration Angel. I think that's a pretty... Oh, they did it because I've got Voice of Resurgence in play. Okay, so my opponent creates another Golem token here, but now it allows us to draw an Eternal Witness or Duskwatch into an Eternal Witness for these Duskwatch recruiters. Just thin our deck a little bit. Actually, I might need to use it. Maybe that was a dumb deck thin. He hasn't played any cards that are company specific yet. Oh, I guess Lava Man and Is It Staticaster are kind of awkward against our deck and really only our deck. Alright, that was kind of dumb. Well, let's just find, a Noble Hierarch or even something like that, right? Lets us still give us something to cast with this mana. I don't think I want my Duskwatches to flip here. Wow. That was pretty bad. That's true. Yeah, no grid attacks, obviously. My opponent's going to kill us pretty quickly here, too. We take 9 here, drop down to 5. Can chump block with 1 Duskwatch so that we don't die to Lightning Bolt. Or double Lightning Bolt. Also die to Lightning Bolt plus Resto next turn in the air. Oh shit. I misclicked. The word okay is such a weird word. Oh, also I can't do math because this is only 7 damage anyways. Alright, so in response to these Duskwatch recruiters, let's activate one of them. Take a Birds of Paradise. Oh god. And then... Maybe I can't do this. Maybe I just have to hope that I draw into a company at this point. Alright. Well, now my opponent can't Lava Man my Duskwatches. Yeah, I don't mind boarding out some mana dudes, but I don't generally board out all of them. I think we can still survive for another turn. No, my opponent's going to Grim Lava Mancer the Birds of Paradise. Well, I guess we'll make them do it, right? My opponent's Golems also have First Strike, so... This is good for us. For whatever reason, my opponent is Lava Mancering my Voice of Resurgence. Okay, so that they can Cryptic Command the Vizier? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. We definitely aren't winning this game, though. So all my opponent has to do is kill the Birds of Paradise and then attack me with Celestial Colonnade and Vendilion Click. Sure. Can't win. Alright, that makes us 2-3. You know what? I think I might try one more here. Yeah, I'm going to do one more league. Excuse me for 1 second. And I'm just going to go to the bathroom real quick. And then I will be right back. Let's mute this music while I am away, so it's just a completely dead stream. We'll make one final play. I'll put the deck list up on the screen as I walk away. If anybody has another Horizon Canopy on Magic Online and wants to lend it to me for the last portion of the stream, I'll do one more league here, and then I'm going to head out after that. But I will be right back after I use the bathroom. Alright, dudes, we're back. I go back and forth on allowing links in the chat. They appear on the screen, but they're not immediately clickable, so that it's not, like, super abusable and people can't do crazy stuff, especially while I'm away from the computer. But yeah, I think I could maybe be more willing to cut some birds, especially against decks with, like, Wrath effects. Is it Staticaster for sure punishes Birds of Paradise draws. Alrighty, let's go ahead and try to win another league here. Five is our total record for the day. I'd like it to be a little bit better than that. See if we can't finish off with a 4-1 or a 5-0. How about that? That'll make me feel a little bit more confident about playing this deck. I do really want to try the Bant version of the deck as well. Alright, we're on the play. That's a good start. We've got a turn 3 kill. That's a good start as well. Let's keep this. Turn 1 Temple Garden, turn 2 Blooming Marsh. Devoted Druid, turn 3 Vizier, Collected Company, activate Gavany Township, kill them. Opponent has mulligan down to 5 cards. They wished me a good luck, have fun in the chat, and then promptly mulliganed right on down to 5. Yeah, the deck is now so strong. I think the deck is actually stronger than it appears just based off of, oh, we're playing against a burn deck? No, we are playing against a fun one. All right, let's go Devoted Druid. Red mana does mean that we could potentially see this Devoted Druid get axed. I think we're going to be able to do whatever we want this turn as my opponent just tries to combo off in some sort of green devotion type of strategy. That's going to be more than enough to win us the game here. Alright, that'll do it. I mean, yeah, just that is so fucking powerful. You can't believe, like, just how easy and how often you can do that. So, pretty powerful. With Arbor Elf, I think we're going to see some things that my opponent puts on their lands. At the same time, they're not super likely to... Right, exactly. Now, comboing was already good against decks like that, but I think the biggest thing is Tron went from a bad matchup to a matchup that might actually be over 50%. Oh, that's a good point. We're probably playing against the red-green Ponza deck, aren't we? That seems like a pretty reasonable call from our opponent here, red-green Ponza. Okay, so we are going to want ways to answer Anger, and then we probably want some mixture of Path to Exiles and Abrupt Decays, but I think we actually want to lean more on Abrupt Decays. What does holding W do, Viatix? I know about holding control to retain priority. But I'm not sure what holding W does. To be honest, I'm not super sure about my opponent's deck list. I think that some combination of these cards might be okay. I don't really know too much about what we're playing against. But I could see doing this. Maybe I want Path to Exiles. They have like Inferno Titan in the deck, right? But they also just have ramp spells. They're not going to play Anger and Arbor Elf. They could. Alright, let's submit this. I think we probably want more Path to Exiles. Turn 1, Utopia Sprawl. The reason I didn't bring in Fulminator Mage is because my opponent should never put Utopia Sprawl on a non-basic land if they're thinking about it at all. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, but looks like they're just gonna get there. This is fine. Not sure if I just want to play out... Yeah, I'll play out Selfless Spirit, Noble Hierarch because of that draw. Now we're not really mana screwed. I possibly should have cracked, but I couldn't have cracked Verdant Catacombs turn 1. So, this all seems fine here. Opponent trying to Blood Moon a mana dude's deck. I never like Blood Moon against us. I think it's pretty terrible. Stone Rain on the Forest. I guess that's part of their game plan. Still seems fine. Our mana looks pretty good here still, right? We can even Tidehollow Sculler them. Or we can Eternal Witness back a basic forest. I kind of like Tidehollow Sculler. I did board out a Birds of Paradise. They do have an Anger of the Gods here. And they've got a Beast Within. So... I can use Selfless Spirit to protect the Tidehollow Sculler. I think I actually take the Beast Within. No. No, I take the Anger, right? I take the Anger. Then they have to use Beast Within on the Sculler. And then I just get a Beast and sack the Selfless Spirit. Alright. Gotta make sure to not F6 at an inappropriate time here. Arbor Elf is fine. It's just a creature. Arbor Elf means we have to be kind of careful path to exile, or I'm sorry, kind of careful attacking with Tidehollow Sculler, because my opponent will Beast Within their own dude so that they have got a blocker. I guess that means I path the creature that they get. Nah, I'm just going to swing just in the air with Selfless Spirit. For now. Alright, we're going to see a Beast Within on Tidehollow Sculler here to make me sacrifice Selfless Spirit. Where are we? Beast Within targeting Selfless Spirit. Yeah. That's fine. I get a Beast. Alright, my opponent has to top deck another card here. Could also just go Eternal Witness, get back the Selfless Spirit so that I can replay it next turn because I'm a little short on mana. Let's do that. Alright, so next turn I get to play Selfless Spirit, leave open path to exile. Alright, they missed for the turn. They've got a lot of mana, but we're looking good other than that. They can attack for 1. That would be pretty pointless. Coco seems great, too. Let's play Selfless Spirit, because I think that's one of the better cards in the deck, though, right now. Protects us against Inferno Titan and the like. And then let's smack my opponent for 7. They're going to trade off with Eternal Witness, but we're okay with that. No, they're not. Okay. For whatever reason, my opponent wants access to 7 mana here, and the game is ended. That'll do it. That's a pretty good way to start 1-0 here against Red-Green Ponza. I don't think it's a great deck. It obviously has to mulligan a lot because it's a ramp deck with not that much consistency. I'm sure it has some space in the metagame. This seems like a rough matchup for it regardless, though. Anger's pretty good. Yeah, Anger with mana dudes also. Very strange deck. Like, if my opponent did play an Inferno Titan there, it would be pretty good. That's why it's good to have some number of Path to Exiles. We would have Selfless Spirited the Inferno Titan trigger, I believe, and then Path to Exile the Inferno Titan. So we were never in a bad spot. Yeah, I don't know what its good matchups are necessarily. I'm sure it has them. But this at least wasn't a great matchup. Oh, no. Almost clicked keep there. Definitely want to mulligan this one. Alright, we'll keep this one. We'll bottom an Overgrown Tomb. And play a Noble Hierarch. A lot of basic lands. Hopefully my opponent doesn't have a Path to Exile here. Not too many people are playing Path to Exile right now. Looks like we're playing against the Bant Retreat deck. Alrighty. Let's play Kitchen Finks, and then turn 2, let's gain infinite life. How does that sound? Just have to hope my opponent doesn't have a Spell Queller. Looks like they don't, but they might have infinite mana on the following turn. Alright, well, infinite mana probably beats infinite life, but let's see what happens here. Alright, hopefully they don't have shit. Oh, no. They don't have to concede to infinite life. They have... If they have infinite mana, they beat infinite life. Because there's no way you play infinite mana without a way to deal infinite damage here. So we're going to see Noble Hierarch tap to produce a Vizier. No, we're going to see a Coco, and then they're going to go for it off Coco. So, trying to Coco into Vizier, Eternal Witness. Nope, they're just playing a Knight of the Reliquary. Alright, well that I can definitely beat. Scavenging Ooze keeps Knight of the Reliquary small. And Kitchen Finks keeps Knight of the Reliquary on the defense. We can trade Scavenging Ooze for Knight of the Reliquary here. I think that's a reasonable option. Just want to smack my opponent as much as we can here. Alrighty. They're going to trade with Scavenging Ooze. That's fine. Not getting much better value out of this Scavenging Ooze here than trading with a Knight of the Reliquary. We are playing against a WotC coverage account, once again. And we need my opponent to not have infinite mana once again. They kept open Noble Hierarch, I guess, for Path to Exile. So I wonder if we'll see a Path to Exile into turn here. No, we don't. Alright. If they didn't do that, they would have been able to cast a Collected Company this turn. Maybe now they have a Vizier? Reflector Mage targeting Kitchen Finks when I've got nothing but Kitchen Finkses in my hand. That's a little bit annoying, to say the least. Reflector Mage always seems to get you like that, but at least they didn't super get us. Alright, well... Let's go ahead and draw a card here to start things off. Draw a Gavany Township, but we've already played our land for the turn. Let's smash for 4 or 6. Put our opponent down to 4, is what I meant to say. We go up to 27, have to hope to dodge an infinite mana sink again. Alright, 4 mana. Are we going to see a Collected Company into Vizier, into Combo Kill us? They might have infinite mana, but nothing to put... I don't feel like they have infinite mana and nothing to put it into, because you just run that out and then be able to cast... like double Knight of the Reliquary, which would still be pretty good here. They can play another Knight of the Reliquary as a 3/3 again. Yeah, and then it's going to be awkward where I want to board out some number of Kitchen Finks in this matchup too. I still do like Kitchen Finks because this is like a mid-rangey matchup, but there's so many cards that we want to play against this deck too. Alright, they're going for a Duskwatch Recruiter pass. Unless they've got a Vizier. And they're just sequencing things really awkwardly here. Oh no, they're playing 2 Duskwatch Recruiters. Okay. Well, they have to block both of our Kitchen Finks after we play this Gavany Township. And I think we're going to let them block both Kitchen Finks and then just slam down 2 more Kitchen Finks. Puts us the most lethal threats on board, right? Yeah, the other play is just activate Gavany, pass. Kitchen Finks, chump block. Now we've taken away their mana sinks. So that's pretty sweet. Trade here, go up to 29 after this Persisteruni, and dump our hand. What a crazy hand. Alright, Kitchen Finks go. My opponent should have enough blockers to not die this turn either. They need a blocker for each Kitchen Finks because Gavany makes the persisted ones lethal as well. But I'm pretty sure this is the best avenue to victory here. Reflector Mage on one of the non-persisted Kitchen Finks. They're going to chump one with Devoted Druid, trade on the other one with Reflector Mage. I think I will just go for Gavany here, especially if I draw another land so that I can just cast Duskwatch Recruiter too. No, but a Viscera Seer. That seems like a reasonable play too. Let's play Viscera Seer. Let's attack. We're going to see how they block and then probably activate Gavany regardless. But this is going to take them off of Devoted Druid, which is the most important thing here. Okay, we're going to activate Gavany to save our Kitchen Finks. Noble Hierarch is lethal now. Viscera Seer... Or actually, Noble Hierarch isn't lethal, but it's almost lethal. Viscera Seer will be lethal next turn. Kitchen Finks will be lethal. We're going to have 3 lethal attackers. They need to play 2 Birds of Paradise here to not die. Oh yeah, I'm almost in Felidar Sovereign range. Next turn I could have gained 6 life. Wow, I could have won with Felidar Sovereign last turn. Or next turn, rather. Alright, let's board in Felidar Sovereign because that's pretty insane in the matchup. Let's also definitely board in Orzhov Pontiff, which I forgot to last time, but it's super important. Scavenging Ooze is good. Spellskite is meh. Path to Exile and Abrupt Decays are pretty good here too. Don't care about Voices. I know our opponent has Collected Company and what's the spirit called? Somebody will throw it in chat. Probably Finbez, but the spirit and Collected Company, as well as maybe some Court of Callings, are the only cards that they have that Voice of Resurgence interacts with. Spellqueller, thank you, Finbez. Finbez. Appreciate it. So, yeah, we get to a point in this matchup, like, our combo is actually good. Our infinite life doesn't matter. What does actually matter is just the card Kitchen Finks, but the Kitchen Finks beatdown isn't as good. I can put out 1 bird. I do kind of like birds in this matchup as well. Nah. I don't think Eidolon's any good. I do think Aven Mind Sensor's good. Aven Mind Sensor does stop the combo pretty hard and is just good against Knight of the Reliquary in general. I think we have to cut some combo pieces. Maybe I can play all the Devoted Druids, but cut another Kitchen Finks. It splits me down to 1 Kitchen Finks. Fulminator Mage is just okay. Yeah, I don't think Eidolon even really stops them. Aven Mind Sensor is just much better in that this is the same thing I always do against this deck, is board out all the Kitchen Finks and regret it. I'm trying to think, is there a reason not to play? No, we want the Orzhov Pontiff, I think, or the Viscera Seer too for the Orzhov Pontiff. We could not play Viscera Seer. Yeah, we also saw a negate the last time we played against this deck. Alright, well, this is a pretty good combo hand. Turn 1, Birds of Paradise. Turn 2, Aven Mind Sensor, potentially. If not, then Devoted Druid. I don't think we have any black cards in the deck other than a Singleton Viscera Seer right now. Oh, Abrupt Decays. Okay. Sure, let's grab an Overgrown Tomb. Probably should have actually got Temple Guard in there with Windswept Heath. Actually, I should have got Temple Garden with Overgrown Tomb. With Verdant Catacombs. Alright, Devoted Druid. So keeping open Aven Mind Sensor could just be really good here. There's a lot of scenarios where that stops them from comboing. Then we have access to Collected Company next turn. So have access to Walking Ballista next turn. Yeah, Ballista's just a great card. That's why people always ask me why I don't play Ronus. But the reason I play Walking Ballista is it's just a fantastic card. That doesn't actually work. So you play Ballista, you shoot Vizier. In response, your opponent continues to make infinite mana. And then they just figure out what they want to do with infinite mana. But they can just make infinite mana in response. Alright, so looks like a Knight of the Reliquary here then? Alright, we're hoping... Without a land, they're not going for Chord here, though. Tireless Tracker. Alright, they might play and crack a fetch land then. Yeah, I should have just ran out the Aven Mind Sensor immediately. Alright. We get a little bit punished here. My opponent gets a second clue. Aven Mind Sensor is a pretty tricky card to play. I should have just played the Aven Mind Sensor in response to the Tireless Tracker. I got greedy. There's no reason to play it like this. Now Walking Ballista can kill off Devoted Druid, though, for a lot cheaper. And then we get to develop our own Devoted Druid, so I like this spot here. Opponent going for an interesting mana development here with no ability to cast a Spell Queller on their next turn. Could also just play a bigger Ballista. No, I want Devoted Druid on the battlefield. I've made up my mind. I don't think the blue-white matchup is as bad as some of the other ones. The Grixis matchup can be pretty annoying. Grixis Death Shadow. It just feels impossible to not... Like, they just attack you from so many different angles. They're grindy, and they're quick. And they can interact with you on the stack, your hand, and on the battlefield. Yeah, Distended Mindbender's a cool card. My opponent cracking Windswept Heath, trying to hit here. Failed to find. There we go, baby. Aven Mind Sensor, still doing work. Love you, baby. And that's my opponent's land drop for the turn, so they're only going to be able to cast a 3-mana spell. They are going to get to attack us for 5 here, looks like. Should probably crack a clue right now. Yep, crack a clue. Smack us for 5, down to 12. But now they're going to have 1 mana open, and we're going to cast a bunch of companies right now. Oh gosh, we're going to cast a bunch of companies right now. Let's see, they need a 1 mana remove soul. Oh, they could have a Path to Exile as well. Alright, let's make another mana. And let's Coco in response to this. I should have played this Windswept Heath. Let's take a Vizier. Say any order. Let's continue to make infinite mana here. I guess we can start with just 4 mana and see if that brings us anything. Eternal Witness, Vizier. Eternal Witness can bring back Walking Ballista, and we will just make 30 mana right here. That'll do it. That's pretty sweet. So this is why you can't respond. Oh, I should have tried W, I'm sorry. But yes, that's why you can't respond with, you just don't let Devoted Druid untap. You just kill Devoted Druid regardless. That'll win us the match. And does that put us 2-0 here to start? It does. All right, I wanted to get a good 2-0 start, and let's not fuck it up one time. 7-5 here on the day. Yeah, definitely just Path to Exile. I mean, it was awkward because they also had an Aven Mind Sensor that they probably wanted to Path to Exile as well. I do agree our sideboard options are better. Orzhov Pontiff is quite insane. Abrupt Decay is pretty good. Spell Queller is pretty nasty because we don't really have as good of ways to interact with their collected companies. We can Tidehollow and Sin Collector their collected companies. They can also play Is It Static Caster out of the board if they really want to. Which I don't think is totally crazy, because they do play Mana Dudes and a Stomping Ground. I guess we'll keep this. We're on the draw, right? Yeah. I guess we'll keep a turn 3 kill hand. No way in hell do I mulligan this, just to be clear. But it's not perfect. I mean, 1 Lightning Bolt messes us up, so it's not like we just win. 1 Lightning Bolt, Inquisition, Counterspell. Any of those cards give us some pause. But this is the reason the deck's so good now, and why I think it's a higher percentage of the metagame, because you have the ability to do this. My opponent thought for a while before keeping their 7. Hopefully that's good for us. Temple of Enlightenment. Well, I think we just win. If my opponent's playing Ad Nauseam Tendrils, we are probably just faster than them, and they probably don't have that much in terms of basic interaction. So my opponent, they exiled a Lotus Bloom this turn and played another Temple. The first Temple they went bottom, this Temple they went top, and then drew it with the Serum Visions. So we're going to give them 1 turn here to see if they can't kill us. I'm going to hide my basic Swamp. And that should be enough. I'm not playing Burnt-in Forge Tender anymore, so that can make this matchup a little bit more awkward. But Stony Silence is still pretty good against this deck. And all the other cards are good against it. Alright, Sleight of Hand. Dig for a random Angel's Grace. Angel's Grace won't really do it, because we'll be able to kill them on our turn and then untap and kill them on their own turn as well. Or not untap, but just we'll be able to kill them. They have to Angel's Grace, and then we pass the turn and try to kill them again. Yeah, they can win with Maniac, but it gives them another hoop to jump through that could be awkward. You can always disrupt a Lab Maniac with an Abrupt Decay. So if you have Burnt-in Forge Tender, are you not modded, Ixidors? There you go, you're modded. Our record is 2-0 in this league and 5-0 overall. That's a little awkward. 1, 2. Do they have the... No, so they're just using a Lotus Bloom for this. It's actually kind of fine. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Oh, Ixidors, can you update my... Right, yeah, we just have to have them not... So they're going to Angel's Grace this Pact. And then they need to have another Angel's Grace or Pact on our next turn. If they have another Pact, we're in kind of an awkward spot. That's the only thing I'm slightly worried about. And they kind of need to have that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I should have just played Swamp. This is fine, though. Want to keep open Horizon Canopy mana. Alright. This should be good enough now. Alright, so let's try holding the W key. I guess this is doing something? I'm not really sure. What is W supposed to do? Is this any better? I don't know. I'm holding W, but I don't think it actually does anything here. So if my opponent counters this Walking Ballista, then we'll cast Chord of Calling for X equals 3. Get an Eternal Witness, return it to our hand. We need to kill my opponent right now and on their upkeep in response to Lotus Bloom, I suppose. Though if they have 2 Angel's Grace and Ad Nauseam as the last 3 cards in their hand, I guess they win. They could have Pact as well in there. No, we need more mana than this. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's doing that. I'm holding down W. Oh, I think I know what you're saying. W, when you cast a spell, allows you to just spend whatever mana for it, right? Like, it just auto-spends your mana on your spells. We could try that here. I'm going to stop now with this Ballista. I'm going to try holding W when I cast Ballista, see what happens. Nope, nothing. Let's see what happens. Does my opponent have another Pact? It'd be weird if they were willing to Pact Vizier the first time, but not willing to Pact it the second time. So I think we're going to see an Angel's Grace here. Okay. Nope. Yeah, we can check out my settings in a second. Alrighty, definitely want Stony Silence in this matchup. What else do we want? Eidolon of Rhetoric, 100%, and Selfless Spirit to protect the Eidolon. Abrupt Decay interacts with the enchantment, Sin Collector and Tidehollow Sculler, and Reclamation Sage. Alright, all these cards are insane. We're not going to win on Path to Exiling their Lab Maniac. Yeah, this is another matchup that got a lot better with that combo for sure. Don't need Oars of Pontiff. Don't really even need Kitchen Finks and Viscera Seer. Gaining Infinite Life could be okay, but they can just win off Lab Maniac. Okay, Exoders, I will, I'll check that out.
after this stream. Yeah, we do just have to, like, sit down and talk sometimes. Did I not cut Scavenging Ooze? Oh, you're right. Cut Scavenging Ooze. 100%. That means we only have to cut one more card, actually. It's not too bad. I don't think I like anything that I'm not playing. They don't really run that many fetch lands. Could run like a Voice of Resurgence, but we didn't even attack once that game. Just try to get an Eidolon online and then protect it as much as possible is really the idea. I really like Chord of Calling in this matchup. Could play one less Vizier, one less... I don't like one less Mana Dude even. I like one less Vizier, one less Duskwatch. I actually like Duskwatch more than Vizier. Could cut Reclamation Sage. Yeah, I just wasn't sure what kind of stuff that they have for Spirit. But like at the same time, they can't win if we have Eidolon. So just Selfless Spirit's the same as Spellskite. It's just there to protect Eidolon. Let's cut a Vizier. If they ad nauseum, appreciate it. I'm just going random YouTube playlist. Devoted Druid, nothing. Devoted Druid, nothing seems like a pretty risky keep. I don't think I can do that one. Another 7-land hand. Let's mulligan. Our opponent did mulligan to 6. Alright, here's another 7-land. They kept 6. We're going to keep this one. It's a little bit slow. It at least has a Chord of Calling. I'd think about shipping Collected Company for a Mana Dude here. Collected Company's pretty low impact at this point. By the time we can Coco, we can Chord for Eidolon. Let's go bottom and try to find a way to help develop our mana faster. This isn't... Yeah, we also need to find a way to sink our mana into, which is like fine. Our opponent put a card on the bottom, so that's reasonably good for us. Let's crack Windswept Heath, go and get... Do we have double green or double white or double black? Looks like no. Let's just go grab a Temple Garden. It's an awkward hand, but I think it's just barely not awkward enough. Pentad Prism for my opponent here. Yep. Alright, let's draw a Stony Silence. Not quite. Let's play a Vizier. Next turn, we get to go for a Devoted Druid. And then we untap the following turn, so still a turn 4 win because we found the mana sink. We could also just go get an Eidolon here. Actually, Eidolon is an entire another turn cycle to even be able to tutor up. So Eidolon seems a lot worse. We could get Tidehollow Scholar or something like that. Alright, with the Serum Visions, my opponent went bottom. With the Temple of Enlightenment, my opponent went... They're thinking right now. My opponent went bottom with the Temple as well. I wanna be forever young. Oh, what am I thinking? I can't even chord here for anything. Oh, this is super slow. Okay. That's what being on the draw and not having any mana development will do for you. Just play Razorverge Thicket and dump my hand. They could be missing any number of things, but they've definitely been bottoming stuff, so... means they haven't really been finding stuff that great. Probably gives us a little bit more time here. Luckily, we don't have to worry about our Duskwatch Recruiter not flipping. So I kind of just want to go and get Eidolon. If we just main phase go for an Eidolon, they have to Pact. And if they Pact, they can pay for it. But it's better than them having Pact on the turn that they combo off through. We still have Duskwatch Recruiter to try to find a Devoted Druid the following turn. And I think that this buys us more time here. Do have to worry about potentially just like a hard cast Lightning Storm. That doesn't seem super likely. I'm going to find an Eidolon here. Yeah, alright, they have the Pact. That means they are either tapping out or Angel's Gracing right now. But that's why I wanted to main phase this. So that way, if they're paying for Pact, alright, they're Angel's Gracing. And then ad nauseaming on their upkeep for some random reason. Well, they can't lose the game this turn. Alright, here's the Lightning Storm. They're going to have enough Simian Spirit Guides for sure. Yeah. Alright, that's all we need to see. Anything funky happen that makes us want to change anything? Nope. Nope, nope. Alright, we're good. Alright, we'll be on the play. Abrupt Decay. We've got a turn 2 Sin Collector. Then we can Court of Calling for Eidolon. Okay. Think this hand's fine. Abrupt Decay is a little bit awkward. And there's no Stony Silence to stop their mana, but pretty solid hand, I think, actually. Yeah, it's always weird when you've got Grafdigger's Cage and Snapcaster Mage, or Rest in Peace and Snapcaster Mage in your deck. What do we need? Do we need more black or white or green mana? No, we can just grab a Swamp. We don't really need to just grab a Swamp. No, we've got Court of Calling. Just grab Overgrown Tomb. Our life total just straight up doesn't matter, right? Ever. Alrighty, let's take something good. We have a Pyroclasm and an Ad Nauseam, with nothing else really going on. We get to Abrupt Decay the Pentad Prism next turn. Pretty sure... And my board isn't even that good. They could Pyroclasm this board and that's actually okay. I think I have to just take Pyroclasm. But they have nothing. We also have nothing. But they have nothing. Cage does not stop the Vizier Druid combo, but it does stop you from casting Collected Company and Court of Calling to help set up the combo. I think I like taking Ad Nauseam here. They just have absolutely nothing other than a Pyroclasm then. Pyroclasm or... Alright. Sure. Right? This has got to be good. Reclamation Sage for the thing next turn. Do they have a Bloom suspended? They do not. They've got an Ad Nauseam in their graveyard. Yeah, chord for 0, but we'll figure it out. What's City of Brass doing here? Phyrexian on life? Sure, I'll Rexage that. Mama. Alrighty. Yes, sir. Pentad Prism, we will Abrupt Decay that just to deny them on mana. Actually, will we? My opponent has 2 cards in hand. I think my opponent's got enough lands. Yeah, my opponent's got more than enough lands. Let's just set up a Collected Company here, and then next turn we'll Court of Calling for Eidolon. Sounds good to me. I could see going for an Upkeep Coco here, but I don't want to play into another Pyroclasm. Yeah, punts are always fun too. Pact on that. Sure. Means we probably still get to chord here. No, we don't, actually. Wait a minute. Oh, if my opponent didn't have another land, oh, how sick would that have been? Spellskite doesn't do anything on the current board other than allow us to cast more Collected Companies. My opponent's going to tap out on their upkeep for Pact anyways. But Spellskite protects Eidolon once we tutor it up, and then my opponent won't be able to win the game. So that's what Spellskite does eventually. For right now, doesn't do anything. That would have been so cool if they didn't have 5 lands. Abrupt Decay for the win. Alright, City of Brass is actually making my opponent take a lot of damage here too. Next turn we get to tutor up Eidolon, hit them for 3 down to 8, and then we've got them on almost a 2-turn clock here. Seems good. That should be enough to do it. We could also just get like a Tidehollow Sculler, and then they also can't win unless they draw Sign in Blood. Can also just keep open Abrupt Decay. I don't know. What do you guys think? Eidolon or Sin Collector? Yeah, they play a Slaughter Pact, and I can't actually change the Slaughter Pact. My opponent still needs to draw a few more cards here. Alright, let's chord for Eidolon. I think we have lethal next turn regardless, right? We're going to swing for 3 this turn, put them down to 8. Next turn, we attack them for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So Tidehollow Sculler means we have lethal next turn. Alright, I'm going to go for Tidehollow Sculler because it's lethal next turn. So now with Gavany Township, yeah, we get to swing for Xaxes next turn. Right, because otherwise, psh, that seems great. They could Angel's Grace us here, but then what are they doing with their life? Let's just win with Gavany. Let's just draw the best card in our deck against them and not cast it. F2ing rather than F6ing here, so that we don't lose. Angel's Grace, alright, they're going to go down to 1. But then what can they do? Nothing. Sorry, Eidolon. Sorry, Abrupt Decay. You guys did do work, but just didn't happen this game. Please, Alexa. Please, Alexa, request me. Alright, that makes us 3-0 here at the start of the league for a total record of 8-5 today. I'm going to change the stream title just to 3-0, actually. It's a little more clickbaity, right? 3-0 compared to 8-5. 8-5, it's like, what is that? 3-0, it's like, all right, some shit's going down here. So we've already prized. So everything we do now in the league is gravy. Doesn't matter what happens. Hopefully that'll let us relax and just coast on through and lose 2 games real nice and easy like. It's always nice to start 3-0. I think when I've started 3-0 before, thank you, Per Gravis, for the follow. Appreciate it a lot. Feel free to hit that follow button, guys, if you have not already. Nolex, have you seen the banned version? Yes, I have, and I think it's actually quite insane. People always ask about Ronus, and that list is also great because you get to play Ronus in it, and Ronus is just active when you have a Knight of the Reliquary on the battlefield. Yeah, starting 0-3 is pretty sweet too. Alright, we've got a turn 3 combo kill. Let's keep. Yeah, Canonist is fine. Canonist does die to Pyroclasm for what it's worth, but Canonist is fine. I think Eidolon is just slightly stronger being out of Lightning Bolt range, and I don't actually think you need both. I think there's just better cards that you can play instead of running both of them. Yeah. Birds of Paradise right on time there. Let's play a Devoted Druid. I don't know what my opponent's playing, if it's some type of Living End deck, or what we're playing against here. No clue. Alright, looks like it's Grixis Control that decided not to kill my Devoted Druid. But will kill it now. Or not counter my Devoted Druid, I meant to say. But they will kill it now. Well, this is a solid hand against Grixis. We've got the pickups with Collected Company to bring us into the late game here. And did they take all that damage? Looks like they did. So we might see a 2-2 Death Shadow now. Alright, here we go. 2-2 Death Shadow. 2-2 Death Shadow. Go. We're 1 mana short of Walking Ballista-ing a Death Shadow here. No, Thought Scour, Angler. Yep, here's an Angler here. Just exiling a bunch of fetch lands, I imagine. They've got 4 fetch lands in their graveyard. They could play both. Tasigur, about the same thing. I'd actually rather it be a Tasigur, to be completely honest, at this point. That's a solid draw. Let's crack Windswept Teeth and just dump our green dudes. Don't stop me now. I do think this is the deck's worst matchup. But I do think that the deck's pretty powerful. And you can beat this deck still. Kitchen Finks is a really strong card. I can probably F6 here. We'll wait and see. Yeah, if they just don't have removal, we just straight up win. If they do have removal, we've got a bunch of Collected Companies in our hand. Them not having removal is like pretty unlikely. Grixis decks are pretty much just all removal. But if they decide to tap out for creatures again this turn like they did last turn, we do win. So that's good. Bearing any Slaughter Pact shenanigans. Slaughter Pact actually isn't unreasonable for this deck to play, believe it or not. Alright, Fatal Push. That'll kill us, and we will be casting a Collected Company on the next turn cycle. You have to figure out the best time to cast it. If they've got a Sullumgar Scorn in hand, then it's just not going to resolve. Or Stubborn Denial, not Sullumgar Scorn. Alright, Street Wraith to pump up their team a little bit. And what are we going to see? Maybe an Inquisition of Kozilek? I'm just going to cast Collected Company. What do they have? 3 cards in hand? I actually kind of just want one of these Devoted Druids here. Does that seem crazy? How much mana will we have next turn? We'll have enough to Collected Company and not do anything else. Yeah, that is the other thing to consider. Like, they always put themselves to 9, so the games are always, like, super close. I think I just want a Coco here. The first one resolved. The second one's going to resolve too, right? I don't think we can just assume that he discards what we get back, because he didn't cast a discard spell this turn, and all he had open was Watery Grave, so it's not like he's going to... I mean, he might Fatal Push this, but yeah. If he had a discard spell, he would have cast it, and wasn't keeping open Fatal Push, so... He wasn't doing that either. He could be waiting to Fatal Push a potential double block, but there's no way a double block against Grixis. Just can't do it. We might have to single block. Because my opponent is attacking for 8 to put me down to 12 here. 8 to put me down to 12. I don't know where I got that math. Attacking for 8 to put me down to 3. I'll chump block. This is why I say Tassiger, I think, is just worse than Gurmag Angler. Obviously, it's a better card, but I'd much rather my opponent play a Tassiger against us. If we go long, I'm pretty confident. But in the short games is where they can squeeze out some victories. Alright, my opponent didn't cast anything, so they're also attempting to flip my Duskwatch here. It's not a huge deal. I can flip it back. I can also play a big Ballista here now. I'm not going to cast anything off of Duskwatch. Yeah, so I can play a Devoted Druid and a Collected Company. Can also just cast a 3-mana Walking Ballista. But I think I just want to cast Devoted Druid and Collected Company, flip back the Howler. I also have to think about how am I chump blocking and stuff. Maybe I play Devoted Druid, play Collected Company, and then maybe consider attacking my opponent. Alright, this one's going to get countered with a Snapcaster Solemngar's or Stubborn Denial. So if we can survive till next turn, we win. Opponent with 3 cards in hand. Can't chump with birds because I needed to cast the Devoted Druid. But we're chumping with the Howler. Or, sorry, chump blocking with the Recruiter. And then we're going to try to play Vizier plus Walking Ballista. My opponent's going to have lethal attacks here, though, if they just swing out. Yeah, I've got to block with Devoted Druid here. Yeah, I guess we just needed that company to respond, or to resolve. Kolaghan's Command, killing Duskwatch Recruiter, making us discard Walking Ballista. We were already dead. If we cast Chord, just like end step Chord. The thing is, the onus was on us to do something. I guess by casting something, we allowed my opponent to play the Snapcaster and attack with it. So we could have passed. I was partially thinking about wanting my Duskwatch Recruiter to flip, but I guess that was completely irrelevant, actually. Alright, I want Voice. I want Path to Exile. I go back and forth on Abrupt Decay. Definitely want Sin Collector and definitely want Scavenging Ooze. And then I think we're just going to trim on some combo pieces. What else do we want? Selfless Spirit, same thing, 50-50 on. Yeah, I don't think I went Decay either. You're right, they did have a pretty decent draw. They had the Fatal Push for both Devoted Druids early game. Both of those things are pretty good. I think this is the sideboard plan against Death Shadow. I don't know. It's a tough deck to play around. I don't know, like I could play a 4th Path to Exile, but that hurts other matchups. We'll play first. Sand's fine. It's slow, but it's fine. Pulses over Abrupt Decay for this matchup. Huh. That's a very interesting point here. It's a very, very interesting point. Help me out. Alrighty, Windswept Heath. Say go. So our Duskwatch Recruiter will get Fatal Pushed here. Interesting. I decided to F6 there because it looked like my opponent accidentally F6'd. Yeah, my opponent said misclick in chat, so we got them to skip a turn. Not exactly the way that you need to win, but I F6'd. I thought that that was better than casting my fetch land. It meant that I wasn't going to have to stop in these ones either. I could have just not played the Duskwatch Recruiter either here. It's probably just an elaborate bait so that I run out my Duskwatch Recruiter. Alright, Fatal Push on Duskwatch. Sounds good. Let's go Sin Collector. I think Sin Collector is just a little bit better to play first. Another Fatal Push. Probably just want to take Stubborn Denial here. Leave my opponent with a bunch of kill spells. Can also play around Stubborn Denial, but you can only play around Stubborn Denial so long. Alright, Snapcaster, Fatal Push, Thought Scour. You got it. That is my stomach rumbling something fierce. After this one, I'm probably going to call it a stream so that I can go eat. Been streaming for about 6 hours so far today. Got a late start. Typically like to start at about noon and go till 6. Dismember on the Sin Collector so that they can cast a Death Shadow? I'm down. Bunch of chords that I can't play. Alright. Just play a Kitchen Finks. Battles with my opponent's dude right now. My opponent on Fatal Push that they don't have Revolt for. Snapcaster Mage, Thought Scour. Street Wraith. I love this song. Street Wraith to make Death Shadow into a 4/4. Not a huge deal. Path to Exile will turn on Snapcaster Mage. So that aspect's a little bit awkward, but we're just going to try to win this game with Kitchen Finks if possible. We'll definitely take... Coco. I actually like this a lot better. Let's attack. We're going to give my opponent a 7-7 here. But they're at 6. Yeah, go for it, main phase. Oh, brutal. Alright, well now my opponent has a 7-7, and I'm in an awkward spot, but they've got Snapcaster, Fatal Push. Fatal Push goes right there, yeah. Alright, they're going to crash for 7. But if this path resolves, we're like in a good position again, right? We can also Court of Calling for additional copies of Kitchen Finks if we draw a land. Opponent mills 2 lands, draws a spell. Nope, draws a land. Mills 2 lands, draws a land. Mill it all, draw it all. Alright, we're going to take 7, drop down to 7. Again, opponent on Snapcaster. They're on Snapcaster 2 randoms at this point. What do we draw? Would love to draw. Yeah, Forest is kind of awkward. They definitely didn't have a Stubborn Denial before. They might have one now. There's also no Stubborn Denial in the graveyard, which is cool. I really want to put a Kitchen Finks into play. Or not a Kitchen Finks, sorry, a Scavenging Ooze. Maybe we block with Kitchen Finks this turn. And that allows us to go and get Scavenging Ooze. Oh no, because we can't block with Kitchen Finks if we get the Scavenging Ooze. Alright, well we can Path and then still get the Scavenging Ooze regardless. But if we're going to Path, I feel like putting my opponent to 3 is really good. Should I not be attacking with Kitchen Finks to put my opponent down to 3, though? Putting my opponent down to 3 feels so right. The thing is, if we chord, my opponent's just going to go Snapcaster. They're going to go Snapcaster Fatal Push. If we just chord for anything. I think we attack, we Path, and then we chord for Kitchen Finks on the following turn. Well, I'm going to Path to Exile this. I need to kill them eventually. I think attacking with Kitchen Finks might even make them trade a Snapcaster for it. I don't think he's got Stubborn Denial. If he has Stubborn Denial, he loses the game, doesn't he? Unless he has Basic Island. That really scared the shit out of me. To see my opponent's exile that had a stubborn denial in it, I'm not going to lie, scared the ever-loving shit out of me. Oh man, that was too funny. All right. Did that like scare anybody else? All right, so my opponent is going to Snapcaster Mage, trade with Kitchen Finks, and then Kitchen Finks is going to persist. In response to the persist, we can either go for a Vizier or get a collected company, but they got to do something here. All right, yeah, you guys are on the same page as me. So they could Snapcaster, go for a basic Swamp, terminate. So in response to this terminate, I think what I do here is I cord up a Vizier. I'll let the terminate resolve, and then in response to the persist. Cool. No, cording up Selfless Spirit is much, much worse. Oh! To win the game. To win the game. Right. Right. Okay. Yeah. No, that's a reasonable play. Alright, well we have two lethal attackers here. My opponent's got a lot of mana, though. They can Snapcaster, Fatal Push to stay alive on this attack. You're right, that was silly. That was pretty silly. Alright, maybe we'll do it this turn then. Get some more value. Is Selfless Spirit in the deck? It's not. Okay. I'd import it in. I didn't have a Spell Skite or a Selfless Spirit, so I made the right play. Okay. That trade's here. Sure. Snapcaster is going to come in and trade with Kitchen Finks. I can do the same play, or I can do a better one. I can crack a Horizon Canopy, but then I don't have any white mana, and there's no Abrupt Decays I can draw into. I'm pretty sure Kitchen Finks is just about to eat a Snapcaster Mage. Then what do I do? Cord up like Voice of Resurgence or Scavenging Ooze? I'm pretty sure Kitchen Finks is just going to eat a Snapcaster Mage here, which makes me lean on Scavenging Ooze less. Yeah. I kind of want to reset my Kitchen Finks, because Kitchen Finks is actually going to die here too. I think I'm going to Collected Company. I can wait for after Declaration of Blockers. Yeah. I'm gonna go for a Collected Company here. Oh, wowie zowie. Okay, well, we got everything. Vizier to reset Kitchen Finks, Voice of Resurgence, and Eternal Witness. I guess we'll do this and gain infinite life. Okay. It was like a little bit awkward doing the infinite life combo into the Staticaster that could have eaten those guys away. But, yeah, like you guys said, hard to see us losing the game regardless there. Could have also just activated Gavany Township. Like, that might have also just been a fine play. That was probably a better play than just courting for Vizier. But we went for it and we got there. So we've seen a Staticaster now, which is a great Abrupt Decay target. There's also Spellskite, which helps to play around Staticaster. And Selfless Spirit, I don't think I like as much as Spellskite. I think I'm going to take out Walking Ballista. I think I'm not going to play Selfless Spirit. What else did I board in? Okay, yeah, I boarded in 2 cards. Need to board out 2 cards. We're already down to 5 mana dudes. I don't want to go deeper than that. I'm more willing to board out a Vizier here. Spellskite has the awkwardness of running itself into a Culligan's Command. But Culligan's Command is the slow game. Yeah. We're going to board in 1 Abrupt Decay, just have slightly higher count of removal spells here. Opponent is on the play. They're not going to be as likely to F6 through their turn and give us, like, that's the other thing we have to think about. That game was, I don't actually think that game was as close as we made it out to be. But I did potentially wait on the one thing for a while. Alright, so this hand is really shit against Staticaster. But I think I still like it. Staticaster's like a one of... Yeah, I guess I could have boarded out of birds just because my opponent was bringing in the Staticasters too. But if this hand had 1 less birds in it, the hand would be even worse. So, I don't know. Our opponent's gone to 6. We're going to keep this one. Think I was going to keep it regardless. Not really impacted by the fact that they went to 6 or not. This hand's very, very, very borderline. I think it's probably a mulligan. But I'm willing to be the test subject here, see what happens, and figure it out. Well, I already decided to keep it, so appreciate the ship in Ishtar, but yeah, I've already decided to keep here. Oh, I guess you guys can't see because this thing corrected itself. I'll have to straighten this out. There's a lot of stuff I want to do after this stream that I've just been putting off. My opponent kept the 6 after tanking on it for a while. We're going to see a turn 1 Serum Visions. Okay. Means we're slightly less likely to get our shit pushed in. Haven't seen any lightning bolts from my opponent's deck either. Alright, great draw, great draw. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a great point, Finbez. Like, worst case scenario here is they never let us hit 3 mana by continually killing our mana dude. Like, at this point, I actually want them to kill my bird. So, right, if that's the scenario that we put ourselves in, not a horrible scenario. I am just going to start trying to chain Kitchen Finks here, though, rather than anything else. And I think we can just go and get a Temple Garden, pay the life, put a Finks out on the battlefield. It's mana efficiency, plays around Staticaster and the like as well. Yeah, 2.5 lander. If you count each mana dork as half of a land, it's like a 2.5 land hand. Seems a lot more reasonable. Island from my opponent. We've never seen them have more than one red mana. Anger of the Gods is tricky to cast in this deck, and that's the reason that I don't typically board in the Selfless Spirit. I don't really like Selfless Spirit if I'm just trying to trade one for one. I think there's better things that we can do for that. The biggest question here now... Yeah, the fact that I had 3 of them, though. That's like the main argument. Like Finbez said, if they Fatal Pushed my dudes every turn, yeah. Yeah, we had so many. This also isn't like a Delver deck that actually starts attacking you turn 1 here. Alrighty, we're going to see a Tasigur. Alright, Tasiger's a little bit annoying. I'd like to draw a Path to Exile here. Nope, just more Kitchen Finks. Noble Hierarch means I can't even smash. Could play a Scavenging Ooze. That seems a little bit mediocre. Let's just play some Kitchen Finks. Keeps my life total high. And we'll eventually just have 4 Kitchen Finks out on the board and be able to Alpha Strike them. Yeah, that's a great point, Finbez. If my opponent wants to start attacking and playing a Death Shadow, they're going to be in a really awkward spot themselves. We could also double block a Tasigur. Like, Tasigur can't even attack here. If Tasigur attacks, that means they've got to, like, Lightning Bolt or Culligan's Command a Kitchen Finks. So, like, sure. Which isn't great for us. I'd much rather not have to do that, because we don't have a Gavany yet. If I draw a Noble Hierarch, I think I will dump my mana dudes here, though. I'm feeling good about this game, for sure. Opponent still has 5 cards in hand. They did mulligan to 6. But they still have 5 cards in hand now. If Finks was a 2/3, it would be able to be returned by Revelark. Which would be pretty fucking insane for what it's worth. Kitchen Finks being a 3/2, though, is much better than it being a 2/3, because you really don't care if it dies. And also, the difference between 2 and 3 toughness in a Lightning Bolt format, which Kitchen Finks has never not been in a Lightning Bolt format, is pretty negligible. So here's the question here. If we take this damage, do we attack them back? We can put them down to 8. I think we attack them back. Yeah, I would love if my opponent had Stubborn Denial here. That would be great for us. This might have been the perfect draw for just a quad Kitchen Finks draw. I'm pretty sure we put them to 8 because that's lethal with 3 Kitchen Finks. They can't really attack too profitably. And we just keep playing Kitchen Finks and then we're sacrificing Kitchen Finks to get in damage at some point. Culligan's Command on Birds of Paradise, making me discard a card. Okay. So if I draw a land here, I'm going to play Kitchen Finks. And I want another Kitchen Finks. But I could also just play Noble Hierarch Scavenging Ooze if I draw a land. That doesn't actually get me anywhere. I think I bin Scavenging Ooze. Is that crazy? Because if I hit, or if I don't hit a land, I'm just going to play 2 Mana Dorks. This is game 3, and I am currently 3-0. I could also just bin Birds of Paradise because all I need is 1 mana, dude. However, if they're willing to kill this bird, they're willing to kill the next one. Let's bin Scavenging Ooze. Craziest thing I've ever done. This also gives us the chance to, if we hit like a Collected Company, set up for that on the following turn, though we already have all of our Kitchen Finks in hand. Path to Exile. I could go Path to Exile on Tasigur. I actually don't care about Tasigur. I'm going to develop my mana here after smacking my opponent. Then we're going to Path their Death Shadow and play a Kitchen Finks on the following turn. Now if we get Culligan's Commanded, we are going to discard a Kitchen Finks. Yeah, Tassigur's just a 4/5. I mean, Death Shadow's only a 5/5. Both of them don't really matter. The bird being able to provide 1 point of damage in the air seems somewhat relevant here. We're at 17 life points. Serum Visions, that seems great for us. When we're pressuring my opponent so much for them to cast a Serum Visions, I don't think they have the time to cast that. I mean, Death Shadow only costs 1 mana. Fatal Push only costs 1 mana. So what are they doing with that blue mana? Not that much. Can't see the name. Let me move this over here. Inakito, 1986. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it a lot, man. Feel free to hit that follow button, guys, if you have not already, to be notified when I go live, stream. A lot of digital card games, mostly Magic the Gathering Online, and Eternal Card Game, which is LSV and Pat Chapin's game. Alright, so there's the Death Shadow. And I think my opponent has to stop here. Or play another Death Shadow, but they can't attack with Tasigur. If they attack with Tasigur, we put them down to 2. Now they could have Solemgar's Scorn, which could be awkward too. Also, no clue why I keep calling Stubborn Denial Solemgar's Scorn. What does Solemgar's Scorn even do? I think it's like a similar thing, right? It's like a soft counter that turns into a hard counter. Shame, shame, MTG. Thank you very, very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Jalka00, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it a lot. We could just play Noble Hierarchy here and crash for 5, but then my opponent's got a big Death Shadow. Well, that might be what we have to do if my opponent doesn't let us get in here. What I'd like to do is get in, see if they're stubborn here. Don't be stubborn, opponent. Just let it happen. They're going to Street Wraith, look for Stubborn Denial. Fair enough, fair enough. I hope they Street Wraithed into their basic. No, they hit. Okay. Thank you, Joker15, for the follow. So, no way I can just play Noble Hierarch and smack here. What I can do, though, is play Kitchen Finks. And smack my opponent for 6. I go back up to 15. I'll have 2 Kitchen Finks back on blockers, and I'll put my opponent down to 3 here. Seems more than good enough here. My opponent going down to 3 also means that Birds of Paradise is potentially lethal. I'm at 17. I could not cast the removal spell end of turn. Last turn I tapped out for Noble Hierarch and Birds of Paradise. I had no mana open. Both of these were summoning sick. I spent my last turn casting both of these 2 creatures, so that's why. Solemgar's Scorn is you counter target spell unless they pay 1 and turns into a hard counter if you have a dragon. Okay, okay. No problem, Michael. I figured that was the case that you just turned in and didn't realize our mana creatures were summoning sick, but that is the case. Alrighty, so my opponents, I mean, what can they do? They need to have another removal spell for our other Kitchen Finks, and little do they know I'm just going to hit them in the air with a Birds of Paradise here. Like, there's no reason to just attack with all my Kitchen Finks here, because my opponent could have one removal spell. I wouldn't say that they cannot win. The deck is pretty powerful. How they could win probably involves land, Fatal Push, Snapcaster, Fatal Push, or something of the like. Another way that they can win is by hitting me with a Death Shadow. I feel like they just cost themselves a blocker, though. What happens if I go to 7? Yeah, I mean, Battle Rage I'm not worried about. I can't beat Battle Rage anyways, and there's no way they're going to be playing it. What happens if I go to 7? Nothing, right? I mean, Finks is a great blocker, but absolutely no... There's nothing that punishes me for going to 7 here. They could kill a Kitchen Finks and then, like, is it Static Cast or some shit? Alright, another Death Shadow. But that's fine. I think now I'm trying to win with Birds of Paradise. Collected Company. If I blocked with Kitchen Finks, I'd still lose to Battle Rage. It gives it trample. I definitely don't want to block with the 2-1 Finks, because if I don't block with the 2-1 Finks, drawing Gavany Township is like more or less a guaranteed win. I'm not super afraid about dying to burn from 7 either. Especially with Kitchen Finks as my remaining blockers. So if we swing here, they go block on the Kitchen Finks. The Kitchen Finkses persist. We go back up to 11. My opponent drops down to 1. I play Noble Hierarch Kitchen Finks. If we do the same play and they kill a Kitchen Finks, they're going to be taking 0. But if they kill a Birds of Paradise, that's also bad. Maybe I swing for 1 with Birds of Paradise and play a Kitchen Finks here. I think I like that. We attack for 1 with Birds of Paradise. That means with alongside Noble Hierarch, it's lethal next turn. We can just keep back a bunch of Kitchen Finks so my opponent doesn't have any good attacks. Because I'll have like 7 lethal creatures. This is a 10-10. I'm at 7. Sure, yeah, I'd survive at 1 life. Will it be brutal as if my opponent killed my Noble Hierarch here? Hey the Hamburglar, I heard you like Kitchen Finks. I heard you like Kitchen Finks, friend. My opponent's going to hate Kitchen Finks after this, and this is the reason that I love this deck. Oh, if my opponent taps my team with Cryptic Command... Alright, if they tap my team with Cryptic Command, they fucking got me. But there's no way they play Cryptic. That would kill me. Can't play around everything, though. Now they're going to Fatal Push the Noble Hierarch. Okay. Poor dude. But what are their attacks here? I have 4 lethal creatures. They have 3 blockers. They cannot attack. Their attacks gain me life and don't change the amount of lethal attackers that I have. Would love to draw either an untapped... If I draw in something that isn't an untapped land, I may just attack for 1 with Birds of Paradise again. Because my opponent can't... My opponent can't attack us here with all these Kitchen Finks on the crackback. Yeah, I'm not going to play around Cryptic Command and just try to kill them. 2 mana. Are we going to see a Gurmag Angler? Gurmag Angler leaving Fatal Push in the bin? Or Culligan's Command, or Liliana. Any Liliana we're fine against. Alright, Gurmag Angler tapping out completely. So if we draw a Path to Exile, we win. If we draw an Abrupt Decay, we win. If we draw a Noble Hierarch, we win. Windswept Heath is quite interesting, isn't it? I think we main phase this Coco, guys. If we hit Vizier, our attacks here are insane. I could also just play the bird and present lethal for next turn, but I think this also is pretty likely to present lethal for next turn. Lets us gain a few more life points with these Kitchen Finks attacks. Yeah, let's take Vizier, Viscera Seer. My opponent's tapped out. We're going to attack with these Kitchen Finks, then... Actually, we don't even have to attack. We're just going to gain infinite life anyways. My opponent concedes. Oh, they don't concede. They used a Street Wraith. Perfect. Perfect. All right, well, this is Abzan, also known as Junk, also known as Rock, and We Will Rock You. Seems like an appropriate song to be playing. We are 4-0 in the league here, losing only 1 game to the Hamburglar. But other than that, a solid 4-0 start from Modern Vizier Collected Company. We will rock you, punk. Rock is sometimes referred to as green-black as well, I understand, but you could play green-black-white. This is actually, you're right, this isn't a rock deck. It plays a little like a rock deck from time to time, but this is much more a Celestia deck than it is a rock deck. This is Little Kid more than it's rock. That last game was Little Kid as fuck. Yeah, but it plays like a green black good stuff deck. That last game was definitely more just like a green white deck though. Are the chats not showing up on screen? I feel like I have to refresh that like every other time. If you are a regular stream member and you ever notice that the chats don't pop up on screen, I might have to figure out a better way to do it. I'm just using Streamlabs for the time being, but it seems to cut off here and there. So 4-0, taking us a while to find our opponent. No chat on screen. What are you talking about, dude? I see it right there. I'm just kidding. I just made sure it was back on. But yeah, for whatever reason, sometimes it just disappears. I'll have to get that sorted. A match is found. Here we go. Let's go for the 5-0. We're on the play. We won the die roll. Turn 3 kill? Not a turn 3 kill, but we'll still keep it. This hand still seems pretty solid. We've got the mana to cast a Kitchen Finks, and sometimes that's all you need. Turn 2 we could... Turn 2 we could play Vizier. Oh, if we're playing against Infect, we're going to go for the turn 2 Vizier then. That will let us turn 3 gain infinite life. My opponent doesn't have to concede to that because we still need to find a way to not lose to Infect. But if my opponent doesn't have much of anything here... Also, there's no harm in running out of Vizier against Affinity. Just a bunch of Volt Scourgies. We can deal with that. All right, time to find out if we are indeed the champions. I like the affinity matchup a decent amount, but we'll see if we can get there. Yeah, Vizier versus Inkmoth is reasonable. Your opponent isn't always the exact same record that you are, but generally they try to keep it close. The longer you wait, it could just be because it's harder to find opponents at the higher level. Opponent just A-spacing with the Ornithopter, smacking in with it. So what do we want to do here? I think I just want to play Kitchen Finks and then go get Vizier, right? I don't see any problem with that. What if we trade Vizier for Steel Overseer? Is that good? It would mean next turn we go and get Devoted Druid. The following turn, Eternal Witness back Vizier. Nah. I mean, they're not going to block, right? But would I want them to? They're not going to block. Why would they block with Vizier? Or why would they block with Steel Overseer? So next turn we get to go Court of Calling for Vizier if my opponent taps out. Yeah, we do have to wait another turn until we can go for the Vizier. Assuming they tap out. I'm not going to do it if they don't tap out, but yeah, because they did, we are going to go for it. They're going to gain a bunch of life here and deal a decent amount of damages. Not a huge deal. We're going to gain way more life than that. So how much mana do we need? Just 4. Okay. Opponent is under no obligation to concede to this because all they have to do is draw an Inkmoth Nexus. They do decide that they're going to pack it in. It's generally the good idea. They have one turn to draw an Inkmoth Nexus and then have it be lethal, generally, before you scry an infinite kill condition to the top. So in this case, I don't actually have any infinite ways to win off that. I would be scrying a Devoted Druid to the top and then generating infinite mana and killing with Walking Ballista, but it still works nonetheless. We like Abrupt Decays. We're going to trim on some Kitchen Finxes. I don't remember exactly how many off the top of my head. We're going to board in some of these white cards here, and I think we even like Selfless Spirit, if memory serves. We don't like Scavenging Ooze. We love Reclamation Sage for sure, and we love Orzhov Pontiff. Where does that put us? That puts us trimming some Chords of Calling, probably one Vizier and maybe one more chord. We do have Orzhov Pontiff, which is a great card to... Yeah, I agree. This matchup gets pretty good post-board as well. I think I just like cutting all my Court of Callings here. Honestly, it's a little bit slow, and every card is just about as good in the matchup as the next. We could keep in a chord and cut a Duskwatch Recruiter. Maybe that's a little bit better, because we do kind of want a chord for Orzhov Pontiff some of the times, and we want to be able to do that quickly. No Kataki, you actually just don't need it. Kataki is actually better against Lantern control than it is against this, but I would much rather just have Stony Silence because of its interaction against Tron decks. Opponent is mulligan to 6. Do we want to keep a hand that is just Abrupt Decay? The reason that I trim Chord is because it's the slowest card in the deck, and we don't actually have any ways to We don't actually have something big like Kataki that really matters. We only took out 2, though. So how hard do we want to lean on an Abrupt Decay against an opponent's mulligan? I don't know. I have a lot of trouble cutting Collected Companies from my deck. Company is a pretty strong card. I think I'm going to keep this one. I don't know. It's tricky. Abrupt Decay is really good against a lot of their draws. It's only a singleton Abrupt Decay, and it's not a Stony Silence. I think I'm going to keep. We're up a game, right? Our opponent might even mulligan even farther. No, they've kept their hand. Oh, no. Have they kept their hand? Yeah, they kept a hand and then put a card on the bottom. Inkmoth Nexus this time, so they won't have to concede immediately. And a Vault Scourge, and then passing the turn. Alright, Arcbound Ravager. Probably going to let them get a little bit of value here. They can put the Arcbound Ravager counters onto something else here. We'll see. If I draw a Path to Exile, then I'll wait. Yeah, need to draw a few things, and more lands isn't really them. Same time they mulliganed, and Abrupt Decay is so good against the deck. Abrupt Decay is at its worst against Arcbound Ravager. I guess I actually have no reason to Ravager here. Let's just play a Vizier. Yeah, we were up a game, so I got a little bit greedy. Alright, well, there's our Abrupt Decay target. Pendelhaven's pretty neat, too. Shit, alright, there's our Abrupt Decay target. We need to Abrupt Decay both of those things. And fast. Pendelhaven is pretty crazy. My opponent has a crazy draw against our current deck. So there's a tap 2 untap artifacts, kill a creature. So end of turn, they're going to kill Vizier. Opponent's not splashing for Tarmogoyf. Pendelhaven's just a sweet card with all these 1/1s that they're playing. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can't beat either of these cards. But I think I have to take them off cage first. Could also Abrupt Decay Ravager here. If I Abrupt Decay Ravager, the counters have to go on Vault Scourge and not Inkmoth Nexus. Yeah, another land is also a really shitty draw, too. What the fuck are we Abrupt Decaying? I guess I just have to... I can't can't beat Grid, but if I draw a Coco or a Court of Calling, I can at least go get Rex Sage to blow up the Grid. I think I just take them off Cage here. It means that they get to sack it to Ravager and kill my Vizier. But I have no idea. That's not true. I've got more answers to Grid than I do Cage. My answers to Cage are Eternal Witness, Eternal Witness, Eternal Witness, Abrupt Decay. My answers to Grid and Reclamation Sage. Now I can at least cast my companies. I'm not arguing, guys, here. I think that both of those are a reasonable thing. I think even Ravager could potentially be reasonable, but we're in a shitty, shitty situation regardless of what we do here. This at least lets us play, like... It lets us cast my collected companies. Which is sometimes all you can ask for. Opponent gets to activate 2 Blink Moths. Pendelhaven one of them. Curious if they should even be trying to infect me here. I don't think the Grid's even doing shit against me right now. I mean, it's going to kill, like, Duskwatch Recruiter. This is super tight. What do they have for 3 mana? Oh, they're going all in on the infect. Weird. Am I dead to it next turn? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Activate, pump. Weird. Okay. Sure. I guess my opponent's clock just really isn't that impressive. If they draw a land, they have lethal. I could represent a kill spell or something. Think they're going to go for it regardless. Alright, so you activate it, you Pendelhaven it, then you Blink Moth Nexus it. No, you don't Blink Moth Nexus it. You turn both Blink Moth Nexus into creatures, and you sacrifice 5 artifacts to make it 8. Alright, my opponent had lethal and I was tapped out, but I'm not complaining. Opponent definitely had lethal while I was tapped out there, though. Now I'm not tapped out. Yeah, I don't think it'll matter either. Just pinging me for 1 end of turn? Sure. Alright, they draw another Inkmoth Nexus. Now I have to imagine they're going to go for it, right? Even though I'm not tapped out this turn. They Pendelhaven it. They pump it with a Blink Moth. Then they activate Blink Moth, sacrifice all their artifacts. Or no, they just activate all their artifacts here. Alright, they're not going for it. Sounds good. Give me another turn, friend. What the hell? Yeah, it could be afraid of Slaughter Pact. Huh. Can Walking Ballista be enough here? Probably not, but I can cast a Walking Ballista for X equals 3. Can almost cast it for X equals 2, or X equals 4. I think I want to keep open Temple Garden because they're playing around random shit now. But they'll activate, I'll ping it. Or they'll activate Pendlehaven, I'll ping it. They'll activate Blinkmoth Nexus, I'll ping it. They'll sack the Ravager, I'll ping it. Wait, that's just enough. Wait, did we find something to do here in this game? They attack, I take it. So they have to activate, activate. Oh, but they have enough to double Blinkmoth now. Yeah, I need to bluff Path to Exile then. How is this game even close? Opponent has 1 mana. Are they going to Fatal Push or whatever it's called, my Walking Ballista? Whatever it's called. Shock. Galvanic Blast. My Walking Ballista. Nope, they're going to ping me for 1. They could also potentially use this in a weird way. 1 point of damage on my Walking Ballista. It's actually awkward. Oh my god. Exile that creature. Alright. So what can I do here then in response? Nothing, right? Okay. They're going to target Spellskite or Vault Scourge. They're going to try to activate Inkmoth now. Okay, well they can't change the target of this. So sure, I'm going to let them get a big Vault Scourge here. Never say never, fam. Never say never. Okay. They found the line. We still have Path to Exile open. But no Path to Exile in our hand. Just a bunch of lands. Yes, but if we drew the Path to Exile... Feels like my opponent was trying to give us a way to win this game. If we drew Path to Exile, we actually just, like, almost won this game. Not really, but we're in a pretty good spot. Alright. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're playing it out here, boys. We're play out, boys, at this point. What do we got? Did we see anything that makes us want to change what we're doing? McPatches, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. The Fulminator Mage is always an interesting choice against Affinity. I do kind of like it here now. What would I be boarding out? I'd be boarding out a Vizier. Or a Collected Company. It seems wrong. I almost want Tidehollow Sculler more than Selfless Spirit, because now we know that my opponent is on Ether Grid and not the other ones. So I kind of want to keep my opponent off of Ether Grid, potentially. Selfless Spirit is just 1 Ether Grid activation. Guza, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Appreciate it a lot. Eternal Witness is so slow, but all you have to do is return a Path to Exile, and you can just win the game. Especially against the way my opponent was playing. I'm not cutting any Eternal Witnesses. I'll cut Cords and Cocos before I cut Eternal Witnesses in this matchup. I'm going to cut a Vizier, I believe. Vizier dies to Aether Grid. Boarding in a lot of black cards, so it's worth considering that. I think this is good. We are on the play, though, too. We could also just go full combo because we are on the play. With Grafdigger's Cage as a 1-mana interactive spell in the deck, I don't think that's worth it. No lands. Let's mulligan. We got all those cards that we just boarded in, though. Alright, I'll keep this one. If we draw a collected, or not a collected company... Yeah, I'll keep this. Oh, I'm going to shuffle it away anyways, aren't I? Yeah, I need to play a turn 1 Noble Hierarch. I just don't want to trim a Druid. So we just brought in a double black card. We're going to have all this white mana because of our Noble Hierarchs. Let's grab an Overgrown Tomb, pay the life, play a Noble Hierarch. Alright, 5-0 get. Come on, guys. One time. All we need to do is draw a Chord of Calling that we trimmed on. And we win. What's the play here? Vault Scourge. Not too threatening. They can play one more card. They don't have anything else for 1 mana. Alright, let's dump our hand. We also have Kitchen Finks, which isn't great in the matchup, but... 1, 2, 3, 4... Okay, so we can't draw Chord of Calling and win next turn. But we can dump our hand next turn. My opponent does have Metalcraft. Let's put this in the graveyard. That's why we never trim a Druid. Steel Overseer. Interesting that my opponent didn't just go for the turn 1 Noble Hierarch kill. Grafdigger's Cage. Alright, that takes us off of a significant amount of our outs here, but Abrupt Decay is a pretty solid draw. I'll Abrupt Decay the Steel Overseer first. For sure. Can we draw Orzhov Pontiff? We can't. Alright, I think we just have to go Devoted Druid here, develop our mana. Figure out what else we're doing later. My opponent's got a decent clock. They're swinging for 2 damage and 2 infect each turn. Yeah, that's a good point. They might not be playing Galvanic Blast with the dispatches. I think Galvanic Blast has proven itself to be a better card, but Dispatch is fine. It's worse against us, for sure. I guess it gets Kitchen Finks better. Yeah, that's a very good point. I don't know, not feeling super great against our opponent this game, though. I'll say that. We do have access to 4 mana, but we need to kill Steel Overseer because it is about to get out of hand. And we need to kill Cage. If we draw an Abrupt Decay, I think I like our spot. I think Dispatch is better. Oh, I guess Dispatch is much better against, yeah, much better against the Death Shadows. What am I talking about? You are correct. Alright, so we've got a double black, got double white, and all that jazz. Get to start attacking, but our attacks are irrelevant. I think we're just playing Kitchen Finks, Noble Hierarch. We can't really even win a race here. Could also just play a Spellskite here. I don't think that that's super important, though, either. Yeah, there's a lot of must-kill threats in the format. You're right. My opponent didn't cast anything last turn, so they're probably not casting anything this turn, considering they drew a Darksteel Citadel. We are going to go up to 5 poison and down to, like, 11 life points. So my opponent's got us halfway dead. We're not dead next turn, but we also are not close to killing my opponent. We now need to draw a lot. We need to draw Path to Exiles, and we almost can't even use them on the cards that we need to. Path to Exile is still a live draw. We get to go Path Steel Overseer, Path Inkmoth Nexus. We have a 1-turn reprieve here. What happens if we activate Gavany Township this turn? Still get to cast Spellskite. Play a Spellskite. We could have done that in a different order to also pump Spellskite, but I wanted to keep open a mana just to threaten my opponent. Get to smack for 6 here. I cannot resolve a Collected Company while Grafdigger's Cage is on the field, so what I need to do is like... yeah, Abrupt Decay or something. Yeah, Cage is severely limiting us. Inkmoth Nexus gets to hit us for 4 here. Glimmer Void was the draw off the top of the deck. Steel Overseer means we're going to take 7 in the air, which means we're also dead to Vault Scourge now. And we're dead to Inkmoth Nexus. Next turn we go up to 9 poison. Feels like we're kind of thunderstruck here. Orzhov Pontiff seems like a little bit too late. Let's see. What if we pump our team... give our team +1/+1. Nah, that's not any good. Because we have to tap our Noble Hierarch to do it, so... yeah, we give our team +1/+1, which is just worse than activating Gavany Township. Or it's just the same. Eternal Witness. Pontiff. Yeah. I could have double Abrupt Decay if I drew it with Witness. I'm not sure what that means. Because it's not like I had any Abrupt Decays this game. There was a Path to Exile that I had on the Scry at the very start of the game. But I wasn't going to not play a turn 1 Noble Hierarch. Oh, you're just saying that's what I could have drawn to like get me out of this situation. Sure, yeah. Alright, what I'm going to do here is we're going to go... I'm going to activate Devoted Druid. And then I'm going to redirect that ability to Spellskite twice. And that'll end the game. Nothing we could have done there. Yeah, we needed to draw Abrupt Decay, but even Abrupt Decay that turn wouldn't have saved us. Because you can't Abrupt Decay in Inkmoth Nexus. So we needed to draw like Path to Exile that turn or something. I don't know. You know what? It was still a pretty good run. I think Affinity is still a pretty good matchup regardless, so I'm not going to beat myself up too much against it. My opponent's draw was quite insane game 2, and then our draw was like pretty poor game 3. But I still think that was a sweet game, and that was a sweet run. I'm going to mute the music here and just do my end of stream sign off. Very first, I want to say thank you guys all very much for watching. 130 viewers here, so I appreciate it a heck of a lot. I'm going to throw a host over to somebody random here. I'll throw you guys over to Numot in a second, but wanted to say Decay wasn't an out that last turn because I Decay Steel Overseer, and then I Eternal Witness back, and then I Decay something. I guess I couldn't even just Decay Steel Overseer. But if I Decay 2 of their 3 flying creatures, I still die to the third one. My opponent had 3 lethal flying attackers at that point in the game, so it was not good. And then that's still leaving them with a Grafdigger's Cage and a Steel Overseer, both of which are pretty good. And you cannot Inkmoth, or you cannot Decay in Inkmoth. It destroys target non-land permanent. So that is not possible, but do want to say thank you guys very much for watching. I will throw up the deck list here that I ended with. Again, I would play another Horizon Canopy over this Razorverge Thicket. Primetime Carl, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. If you guys have not already hit that follow button, feel free to do so. Be notified anytime I go live. Stream Magic the Gathering, which mostly consists of Modern and mostly consists of this deck right here. Not super afraid to play Standard, but it would require somebody giving me a deck, so not super likely to happen. But if somebody wants to lend me a deck and wants to see me play some Standard, sometime. I'm not totally opposed. Do also play a decent amount of Legacy and Vintage, though. And then I play other digital card games like Eternal, which is Pat Chapin and LSV's game, some Hearthstone, some Duelist and Faria, and then a real little bit of the Elder Scrolls TCG, Shadowverse, and Gwent. That's pretty much it. You can also check out my YouTube channel. There's a link for it in the description below. And in that YouTube channel, thank you very much, Tactical Ace 011, for the follow. Last chance to follow along and get your shout out on screen. Thank you guys very much for watching. Oh, feel free to check out the YouTube channel. I post my full stream VODs there, as well as highlight videos and tutorials, things like that. I have a 6-hour video primer on exactly how to play this deck, its history, different deck lists, the ins and outs of every single card in it, as well as the weird interactions and things that come up. That's it for me, guys. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you had fun. It was a pleasure. I will catch you next time. Peace.